our Durham County Board of Commissioners meeting this night of Monday, December 11th, 2023. Before we begin, I'll read our public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens at any time. Should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. As a courtesy to others, please turn off cell phones during the meeting. If everyone wants to just take a quick second to check their cell phones and confirm it. We will begin this meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Carter, would you lead us? Thank you so much, Commissioner Carter. Are there any adjustments to the agenda that anyone would like? Well, now moving on to announcements, I'll pass it on to our clerk.
Good evening, Commissioners and public. I will read the announcements that are published in tonight's agenda. Durham County Board of Elections Phase 1 Information Session and MWBE Outreach will take place on Monday, December 18th from 3 till 5 p.m. here in the Commissioners' Chambers. There is a link for you to visit to RSVP, and you can also contact Johnny Seegers at jseegers, that's SIGERS, at sametcorp.com. If you're interested in future highway, bicycle, rail, pedestrian, and transit projects for the Triangle region over the long term, now's your chance to give feedback on the goals and objectives that will guide the planning process. The DCHC MPO, which is Durham Chapel Hill Carborough Metropolitan Planning Organization, and the Capital Area Metropolitan Planning Organization are working on Destination 2055, an update to the Triangle Region's Long-Range Transportation Plan, the 2055 Metropolitan Transportation Plan, MTP. You can take a survey through January 10th, 2024. There's a link for both English and Spanish, and you can also visit their website. There is a link for the website as well. You can email at destination2055@publicinput.com, or you can contact 855-925-2801, code 5731. The Durham County Department of Social Services is taking applications for the Low Income Energy Assistance Program for applicants who are age 60 plus, as well as those with disabilities or who receive food and nutrition services. The application opens to all Durham County residents on January 3rd. There is a link to apply. You can also contact 919-560-8192 to make a virtual appointment. The Durham County Tax Administration allows citizens the option of making partial payments on real property taxes through January 5th of 2024. Payment options include check, bank draft, money order, or cash. For citizen convenience, equal installment payment coupons are enclosed with the real estate tax bills. For more information, you can visit their website, dconc.gov/tax, or you can call 919-560-0300. Residents are encouraged to give feedback on the Durham County government website, as well as the process of a comprehensive website redesign. Tell us what you're looking for in a website, if you can find what you need on the current site, and what you like and dislike about it. We've launched a 5-minute survey to gather input. The survey is available in English and in Spanish, and there are links published. Watch the In Touch with Durham County TV show hosted by Chief Communication Officer Deborah Craig Ray. This month's show features a conversation with Durham County Department of Social Services, Maggie Savitikin, about Medicaid expansion in North Carolina, and the Office of Emergency Services Director Jim Groves discusses his DECO career, which ends in retirement in January. The show is available on the DECO YouTube channel, the Durham County website, and the Durham Television Network. And lastly, most Durham County offices will close for the winter holidays beginning Monday, December 25th through Wednesday, December 27th, reopening on Thursday, December 28th. Most offices will also close on Monday, January 1st, 2024, and reopen on Tuesday, January 2nd. For impacts to specific services, including convenience sites and library locations, you can visit our website at dconc.gov. That concludes the announcements published in tonight's agenda.
Thank you so much, Clerk Wallace. I have one, not announcement, but just a request to the board. Commissioner Howerton is not able to be here today, so she's requested a excused absence. So if before we move on with the voting materials of the agenda, I'd like to offer, anyone would like to introduce a motion to excuse her from this meeting?
Move to excuse Commissioner Howerton.
And then I'll take a vote. Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs? Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. And then I'll pass it. Do any of my colleagues have any other announcements? None? Okay, I would just like to wish everyone a happy holidays before we start this meeting, and also a Merry Christmas to folks who celebrate, and Commissioner Jacobs, correct me if I'm wrong, Hag Sameach to all of our community members who are celebrating Hanukkah right now. With that, we will move to the ceremonial items, where we have the Eno River Association 2024 calendar presentation. I'll ask Jessica Sheffield, the ED of the Eno River Association, to please join us.
Good evening. It's nice to see friends here at the table. Thank you for allowing us to join you. My name is Jessica Sheffield. I have the privilege of serving as Executive Director at the Eno River Association, and with me is a colleague who I'll have the pleasure of introducing in just a moment. But as you may recall, if you've been on the County Commissioner seat a while, this is the wonderful time of year where we get to come and bestow upon you our holiday greetings and share with you our next year's annual wall calendar, which is a beloved tradition in the community. I have just a few remarks, if you'll permit me. Again, thank you for the opportunity to come and be with you this evening in celebration of our beloved Eno River. Many of you have known me a bit. This is my 5th year in the role as Executive Director at the Eno River Association, the land trust that has been working to conserve and protect that natural resource in our area since the mid-60s. If you and I haven't had a chance yet to walk and talk on the Eno, mark your calendar for the 1st of January. We have our traditional first day hike at Eno River State Park at 2 p.m. And of course, we always invite you on the 4th of July out to the park for the festival for the Eno. Now, entering 2024, it is a year where we are rededicating ourselves to the community-based work that we're known for in the community, and also advocating for the folks who need that resource of clean water and healthy access to natural spaces. And in that vein, I am pleased to introduce you to our newest team member. We've recently created a new position at the association, Community Partners Manager, which was recently filled by my colleague, Natalie Wallace, who is here tonight. I wanted to make sure to introduce you. But again, we're here to share with you the 2024 annual wall calendar. The theme this year is the People's River. We're taking an intentional pause from our 40-year tradition of highlighting all of the beauty of just the natural world. We've made sure to include the community spaces in this one too. Young and old, the 1 million+ visitors that enjoy the Eno and the trails that we've helped to protect these past 40 years. Perhaps you'll find any pictures of you and your family in there as well. So again, Natalie and I are here simply to wish you a happy holiday, leave these calendars with you to share amongst yourselves as you see appropriate, and to thank you for all the work that you've done and will continue to do in the areas of land and water conservation. We look forward to working with you in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sheffield. I always enjoy the Eno River Festival in July, even in the scorching hot. I've learned my lesson this past year to bring a water bottle. We have any other comments? Commissioner Jacob?
Well, I just want to thank you. The county is a partner with the Eno River Association, and I just really appreciate all that you do for all of us in the community. And this is always a highlight for me, for you coming and sharing this beautiful calendar with us every year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again. With that, that is our only ceremonial item. We move to our consent agenda. These are items that we have discussed and reviewed at our work session, and staff have provided attachments and
Madam Chair, can we just go back to the minutes, approving the minutes?
thank you. My first meeting. Appreciate it. Can we move to, anyone want to move to approve the November 6, 2023 work session?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I will now take a vote. Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? And I am an aye. Minutes approved, 4-0. Now I move to the consent agenda items, which are items that have been discussed and reviewed at our work sessions. You can look at them in the agenda packets at the door, but staff have given very detailed synopsis of what each item is with attachments that you can review if you want to on your computers. With that, any questions, or I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I did want to throw out before we approve the motion, I see that there are a lot of people in here tonight who are not in here for the consent agenda, and that's okay. But I would ask you, take some time to look at this consent agenda. There are many municipalities and counties around the state that did not take the time to look at this ARPA funding with a very serious eye, to put an equity framework where we put rural up front, where we put diverse up front, where we put urban up front, but we really laid everything out on the table and took in some great applications. So shout out to our county manager, shout out to our chief deputies, Jones and Hager, on their work on these. And so the only reason why I bring this up, there's about 20 million, I might be short, I know it's over 10, because I think we added some things, but just short of $20 million in ARPA funding that is about to go out into the community, into some of these nonprofits. I see some of the nonprofits sitting here in the audience. We look forward to you all being good stewards of this money and also helping us pivot out of the pandemic. So even though it looks like we're rushing over this piece, just like my colleague just said, it's been painstaking work to go over these. And this is just our love letter back to Durham, saying that we love you, we trust you, and we want to help you all move forward. So that's what is in this consent agenda. And I can motion for us to approve it if need be. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as is.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Burns, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. Take a vote. Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Consent agenda is approved, 4-0. This moves us down to our presentation on Medicaid expansion. If we can have our resource people, Maggie, our DSS director, I will not butcher your last name, Kelly Inman, the Chief Operations Officer, Department of Social Services, Margaret Faircloth, Assistant Director of Department of Social Services, and Maggie, can you remind us the pronunciation of your last name?
Yeah, let me teach you a little trick. Svet and teach Nien.
That teach Nien. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get it.
If you ignore the C and do it as an S, it works a bit better. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to present tonight. And with me is our Assistant Director of Medicaid. So we're going to just.
Maggie, can you pull the mic towards you a little bit more?
There we go.
Perfect.
So again, thank you again for allowing us to present. And with me tonight is our Assistant Director of Medicaid, Cynthia Kaysen. So as you know, on December 1st, 2023, Medicaid expansion started. And we at DSS Durham hit the ground running with that. We have seen an increase in calls and in our lobbies, and we had staff that were on site. We actually did not see a wait time go over 30 minutes. So earlier this year, North Carolina became one of 44 states that expanded Medicaid, and that is all eligible adults ages 19 through 64 with incomes up to 138% of the federal poverty level will be eligible for Medicaid. So that's an annual income of about $20,000 for a single individual or $34,000 for a family of 3. And the great thing about this is that it covers preventative care, treatment for chronic health conditions such as kidney failure, cancer, maternal care. It also includes physician and hospital services, critical prescription drugs, behavioral health, and more. So it really did expand that, and it, again, it increased the ages from 19 through 64 years old. The health insurance provides high quality and affordable health care options for people that have financial difficulties and challenges. And as we know, if you are trying to decide whether to pay for your rent, to pay for food on the table, or to pay for a life-saving medication, that increases the stress on your family. And so this is critical that North Carolina was able to do this. It allows families to be together, it allows them to be healthier, and it allows them to be less stress-free, less stressful. So the only thing that changed is who is eligible. Everything else has remained the same. So I'm going to let Cynthia talk about that because I think a lot of times when we talk about Medicaid expansion, people think that it has changed the entire look of Medicaid, and it has not. It has just changed who is eligible. So,
good evening. I just want to share that Medicaid expansion is not a Medicaid program separate and aside from our other Medicaid programs. It is another Medicaid program that we are fortunate that has passed, that we will incorporate with our other Medicaid programs and evaluate someone when they come in. So if someone says, it's no such thing as I want to apply for Medicaid expansion, I want to apply for Medicaid, and Medicaid expansion is one of the programs, many programs that we have that we would evaluate someone for. Thank you.
And there's several different ways to apply. The best way is going to be online, and that's at epass.nc.gov. But we also still take paper applications, which we have the staff to process those. Definitely in person. Everyone is welcome to come to the DSS office and apply in person or by phone. So again, there's several different ways. And the reason we say the easiest way is online is, again, is if you have all of the information available to you, it allows you to do it from wherever you are, in the privacy of your home, your doctor's office, your school, and not having to come to the office. But again, coming to the office, paper application, in person, and by phone. And as I said, I'm extremely proud of our team because we did not see a wait time over 30 minutes with expanded Medicaid. So that was critical, I think, for us. That was our goal. So what does this mean for Durham County? So Durham County, our expected enrollees was, to be new enrollees, was about 21,622, meaning as of December 1st, we were expected to enroll over the next year 21,622 new enrollees. Currently, we have about 74,500 beneficiaries in Durham County. I want to be very clear, though, what this means. This is new enrollees, meaning those that qualify for Medicaid. We have no idea the amount of applicants that we will be getting, and that's what was the unknown factor. And we have to treat everyone the same. So whether we think they might qualify or not, we have to do it timely. We have to process their application just as we would anyone else. And so that was really the unknown, because you don't want to discourage anyone because we don't know if they're going to be able to receive those benefits. So we wanted to make sure that everyone was able to apply. So that was the unknown, which, to be honest, the state kind of thought it might look about 40,000 for Durham County. And again, we will not know that until the end of the year of next year. Durham County's Medicaid population, this is just a snapshot to show where we stand with some of the other counties that are similar in size. Mecklenburg is at 25.3% of their population. We stand at 23.7%, so we are ahead of Wake. which is a larger county, and then Forsyth is about 28.7%. So a lot of our community members are going to be able to qualify for Medicaid, which again is going to give them life-saving coverage and be able to keep that stress off of their life and their family of do they have to pay for rent, health insurance, or food on the table. As I said, there's no way to predict the number of new applicants. If someone wants to apply, we cannot refuse them. We do believe we will see an influx. As I said, the state kind of estimated around 50,000 total, which includes that 23,500 new applicants, or 22.5 that we would be getting. We have seen an increase in our phone calls, so have doctors' offices and other community partners, and we will continue to see that. That is why in some of the positions that we requested was additional call center positions for Durham County DSS. Medical providers. So we have reached out to some medical providers to talk to them about what they can expect from us. We want to make sure that when they have someone come into their office that should apply for Medicaid, that they have that ability, that they know how to do it, that they know where to tell them to go in all of the different ways. We let them know that they will see an increase in phone calls, just as we have. We have done some great community outreach. We have talked to different populations that maybe the state has not reached, as we know Durham better than anyone else because we're Durham. And so we also have reached out to the Hispanic population, Latin population through radio, and we did Durham, Durham 1? Yes, but sorry, it's been a very long day.
You did, because I heard the ad on the radio.
Yes, okay, thank you. Sorry, it's been a bit of a long day, but so yes, so we made sure that Durham DSS did our own outreach and we did not rely on just the state. I will say the state has done a tremendous job. We've used a lot of their advertisements and printed materials that they've used, and they've done a lot of great things for social media. But we wanted to make sure that we reached our own population, and it came from Durham DSS, which makes it a little bit more friendlier. Our clients, as I said, our goal is to see clients within 20 to 30 minutes of coming into our office. Cynthia and I are very dedicated to that. Our staff is as well, and we have been working with them to make sure that that happens. As we know, calls might be coming in for applications, but also recertifications and just questions in general. What we did ask from the community and partners that we've talked to is just some understanding of some things that sometimes are out of our control. Things, I think the first day, we were getting calls that the state system was down. So again, that was out of our control, but it seemed to come back online very quickly and did not impact, again, people being able to apply timely. But just understanding that we were going to be getting staff onboarded and we did not know what we would be facing because, again, we did not know the number of applicants that we would actually get. And so our commitment to the people of Durham is that our staff want to provide excellent customer service to the citizens of Durham County. We want to ensure that we determine eligibility in a timely manner. That looks like 45 days. That was what we will tell people, and that is the state standard, is that it takes about 45 days to process. We're going to work as hard as we can to meet the current needs of our clients and the clients that are already, that we will be onboarding as well. And we have increased and enhanced the way that we train at Durham DSS for new staff. And so I wanted to talk a little bit about that just to let you know what that looks like. So one of the things that when I came on board as the new director in April, I did some focus groups with the staff. And on both sides of the house, we have a training department, and then we have, of course, our Medicaid staff. And I did separate focus groups, and both of them said that they really wanted to see an enhancement in the way that we train staff. They felt that staff needed to be on the floor more weeks than we were doing it, and also be able to have mentors. So, and I know coming in, I did a couple of applications. I sat down with staff and I tried to process a couple of applications. I will say I have my hats off to staff that can do that because it is a lot. There's a lot of policies, processes, rules, and it takes a while. And so one of the things is a foreign language to people when they come in and they do not know it. And so it's really hard for them to sit in a classroom and learn that and then be expected to go on the floor and be immediately able to take all of that knowledge and be able to process an application timely and without mistakes. And that's our goal. We want to make sure if there's a mistake made, that can hinder the timeliness of it. And so what we did is we changed things around, and we have staff now going right onto the floor to sit and shadow. That way, when they get into the classroom, some of the language that they're hearing is not new to them. Because we have to understand everyone is different how they learn. I'm a visual learner. So if I'm sitting in a classroom and then I go out on the floor, I'm going to have a disconnect there. So that has seeming to work really well. We started that a couple of weeks ago with our new class. We've also changed the time that staff are on probation. It gives them a longer time to be able to learn. And again, we provided them with mentors, which was really important. Oh, can I add to that? So again, what we did is we did enhance our training time for about 2 to 5 weeks longer than normal. Status on new positions. So I am very happy to announce that as of today, we asked for 35 positions. 22 of them were the IMC level 2s, caseworkers that actually process the applications. As of today at 9 a.m., all 22 packets for new staff have been processed or in the queue to be processed. So we had a class start today, new staff, and then the remaining, unless there's any issues, will start the first week of January. But I want to give recognition to Cynthia. We did an amazing job fair. We interviewed about 103 people in 4.5 hours. One Saturday, the staff came from all departments, not just Medicaid, aging and adult. Our fiscal people were there. Everybody was there. And Cynthia, 2 days after the job fair, had staff sitting and checking references, which played a huge part in us being able to get this done. So all 22 positions, their packets are in the queue to be filled, and some of them started today, and the rest will start on January 8th, the next class. So I think that's huge. We also, the same thing, 4 of our call center positions, their packets are also in the queue to be hired. So those positions were not part of the job fair. They were positions that we posted. And so our goal was to get some bilingual as well, which I believe we were able to do. But that is the status of our new positions. And then we have posted for the supervisor and other leadership positions as well, and we will work to fill those. And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you so much for this presentation. And I have a few questions, but at first just want to congratulate you on the success thus far in rolling out a program that I know the state didn't really provide much support in the rollout. So congratulations to y'all for making it happen. And that 22 positions is quite an accomplishment. And thank you, Cynthia, Ms. Svetnichnian, and your entire team, it sounds like.
Yes.
Like,
This was
together.
a team effort.
Yeah. So I do have some questions, but I'll pass it along to my colleagues first. Okay. Commissioner Carter or Commissioner Burns, do you have any questions?
Okay, I'll go relatively quickly. It's funny when people say they want to go last. I don't know what that's about. I will say 45 days. I'm happy you all told us that so that we can set realistic expectations for people. For those in the audience, I really don't think y'all, well, I hope, let me not say that, let me not make an assumption. That is 21,000 more of your neighbors that will have access to health care. There is 21,000 more people in this community that do not have to suffer in silence or have to choose between bread or going and getting a spot checked out on their leg. That's huge. So whether or not you support it or not, that's 21,000 more people that might be able to have a better outlook on the new year. Like we've talked about that number. I mean, when I first asked, but we didn't have that many people in here. I think the big thing, I want to give a shout out to y'all on the job fair, because I remember I asked that question in work session. I don't sit on that board, and I said, what was the algorithm? How many people do you think we're going to need? How many people? You all knew the state has spit something out. And I just want you to know, under your leadership, I sent a lot of people to that job fair. It didn't matter where I was at. I said, you looking for a job? And let me tell you who's hiring right now. I mean, I was in the mall telling people about the job fair. I said, they're not going to be done till this afternoon. You got time to make it down there. But, one of the things I heard back, not even from people I sent, is that they were treated with dignity during this job fair. So I do want to say thank you, because a lot of times when you have big job fairs, it sometimes comes off like a cattle call, and that's absolutely not what we wanted, because we also want the people who come in looking for services to be treated with dignity. So I'm thankful for that. You said some of the jobs that did not go up on that did not go up that day on the job fair were which ones? I know some of the supervisory ones.
Yes,
but
our
what else?
supervisor, program manager, and our call center positions, as well as the positions that help process the paper applications. The call center and the processing of the application positions, those are on continuous hire. So we
Okay.
left those up. And then, of course, with supervisors, we needed to do that differently. So those were posted, as well as the program manager.
Okay, and my last thing, there are already 70-some thousand people who are on Medicaid here. All of those folks are not seniors. So there's an income requirement. So the only thing I would say to the folks sitting here, hire one of your neighbors. And I'll leave it at that.
I just wanted to offer up, my deep appreciation to the whole DSS team for pulling together cross departments for this jobs fair that was so successful, and just for all the work that you're doing to reach out to our community members who are now eligible. And thanks for being successful at reaching them and trying to, have no errors and all of the things that you have to do. I also think it is just unbelievable that before expansion, if an individual made $20,000, they made too much money to qualify for Medicaid. That's just unbelievable. And the same thing for a family of three making $34,000. It should really instill worry in all of us about the number of people in our community that are really working hard and having trouble making ends meet. Anyway, thank you so much, DSS, for all the work that you do.
Thank you.
And before I go to Commissioner Jacobs, I'll ask my questions. But piggybacking off of what Commissioner Carter was just mentioning about the wage or income requirement, I was wondering, has anyone calculated either at the state or at the county level how many people are still being left behind? That, like, if Medicaid was fully expansion, if we had health care for everyone, like between that 20-something thousand to like what the cost of living is in Durham of like 65,000, I believe now, where that gap is of how many people still need, or if we want to come back to that. Yeah.
That's a good question, but no, not at this time. But yeah, I'm writing that down because I think that's really something to look into.
I think for us, that'll be really important. Like after we show the success, all the counties coming together show the success of this expansion, going back to our legislators to say, now we need to do more. And then my second question was, I saw the slide that you had mentioned, like the working with citizens and organizations. Are there partner groups like in Durham, like say the urban ministries or other organizations that we know are individuals that would benefit from enrolling in Medicaid? Have there been conversations with them to make sure that they are properly referring people to DSS to enroll?
Yes, that we have had that. And also, we have also had conversations to ensure that if, we are able to place staff in the community, in these organizations, that we can do so appropriately. Of course, we'd have to have the correct space, and it would have to make sense making sure that the right, that we had staff there at the right times, the right days of the week, and that there were a number of people coming in to apply, so we're using that staff time adequately. But yes, we have. We've had numerous conversations across to make sure that, again, they know exactly how to tell people how to apply. The state also did a training to help providers with that process, and we also made sure that our providers and our community partners received that training as well. And it was quite a good turnout from the state level, from what I heard, and a good training. So yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you so much, Maggie and Cynthia. And it's really amazing that at this point already 22 packets are signed, because we know how challenging the HR process can really be. And you all have just blown all of the kind of preconceptions out of the water about how we can actually get things done. And I think you've set an example for us with other departments as well, other models of how we can hire people. Because the other thing, which I didn't think you mentioned, was how we also expanded what we look at as actually the prerequisites for these positions and how we broaden what we look at as experience. And maybe you could just touch on that for a minute.
So I think, well, we have to go, are you saying for the IMCs?
Yes.
It's level 2?
Yes.
Okay, so we did look at level of education experience, and so we did broaden that a little bit. I don't have the exact details to say the number of years versus education, but I do know that that was something that we looked at as well.
And also experience at different types of jobs that may have
Yes.
transferable skills.
Correct. So for instance, somebody who might work in a bank that we might not have looked at before, those types of organizational and technical skills can transfer to an IMC too. So yes,
Yeah.
we did look at different kinds of experience.
Yeah, and I think that's informative for all of us as people move around the job market into different types of jobs. That, that's what's happening today in our country, and to be able for us to value some of the skills and their ability to apply to different types of jobs. So I noticed that when I saw people coming in to the job fair, it looked like we were getting very diverse people.
Yes, because it's a skill set, and it doesn't mean you have to know Medicaid because not everyone does. But if you can be organized, if you can have that attention to detail, those are things that will transfer easily into an IMC too.
Right.
And one thing that I would like to add is that in doing the job fair, what we have seen is that there were times when we would get individuals that had direct experience, but we're not seeing that now. So we're looking at skill sets and
Right.
things.
Yeah, and I want to acknowledge you, Cynthia, coming out of retirement to help us through this process, which is huge. And Maggie, when you showed that slide of the change, the process improvement slide, I just think that's so amazing because, talking to the staff, getting their input, this all came directly from staff. And listening to the staff, and you are, as we heard tonight, hands-on. And I really appreciate that. I know that the staff does too. But, this is transformative for our community. The fact that we are going to have another, 25% of people, it will be over almost 100,000 people in our community, which is almost a third of Durham's population, receiving this benefit. And there are so many things that we do that I'm really excited to see what the impact is going to be on our just our mental, people who suffer from mental health, substance use, our crisis system. What we see so often in our community is people who interface with the justice system, who are homeless, who, impacting families because they haven't had access to the care they need. And I'm really hopeful that we're going to see people's lives really transformed through this. One of my questions was related to the partnerships, and I know we've just gotten started now, but will we be able to do things like training of librarians? I'm just thinking about some of the county staff that regularly interact with people. If you could talk about that, and then also one of our big partners, Lincoln Community Health Center, because I think for me, part of it is, okay, we're going to get people access to this benefit, but then, for some people, they may not even know how they can actually get access to the services and the providers. So just how are we helping to make those connections?
Sure, and I want to say we had a great discussion with Lincoln Center a week or two ago about, again, placing our staff there if the need was there and appropriate, so that people could, once they're there, automatically start applying with our staff on site. And so those are ongoing conversations, as well as I hope to have them with other community partners, because I do think our staff to be in the community, if it's appropriate and works, is another great way for us to reach the community and not always have everyone have to come into us, because that can sometimes be a burden and a challenge. I think that, starting in January is when we'll probably do some more of that training. We wanted right now to focus on getting the staff onboarded and see where we landed. But yes, we absolutely will continue to be training and doing outreach. It didn't just start with expanded Medicaid. My goal is to continue to do that throughout the year.
Thank you. And lastly, I just want to emphasize that, and I know you've been trying to get the word out, but there are some immigrants and refugees will also be eligible for this benefit. And I also want to mention, just for, I think for Dwayne, for you to know that in 2025, and this just was triggered by hearing this tonight, is that juveniles who are actually in our justice system, whether in the youth home or in our detention center, also will no longer be able to be denied Medicaid. So that's something that is also a positive change that we're going to be seeing happening.
Is that only for juveniles or?
Only 21 and under right now. Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And I would just like to take a moment. We would not be here today if it was not for all of you. I will say that I was nervous because I came into this in April, and I did want to be very responsible with asking for positions, and we were still not at full capacity. We still had to hire a lot after COVID, and I just want to thank County Manager Dr. Sowell, because I met with her soon after I started, and I asked for some time to truly assess and make sure that we were going to be requesting the appropriate number of staff and using funding correctly. And she agreed. And by the time that we did, I can tell you that a couple of directors around the state were a little worried about me. They're like, this is a little bit late, because they had some challenges, I guess, getting those positions. And I did not have that. I did the assessment. Dr. Swell, you immediately put it forth, and all of you stood behind DSS and supported us and gave us those positions. And then our team, and it was a team effort, got those positions hired, and we did the job fair. And I also want to thank the Director of Public Health, Rod, because he has been a true partner to me. As I said, I've moved from Florida. We did not have expanded Medicaid in Florida, so I'm very proud to be in a state that does. But Rod Jenkins and Cynthia Kaysen, coming out of retirement, have been a huge support to me, and I would not be able to do this work without you. But I did want to thank you because you made this process seamless, and I feel extremely lucky to be in Durham. And so I thank you very much.
Oh, wait. Well, one year, I don't know who said it. Somebody said, Will said, and thank you so much. We get a shout out. I think my colleagues brought up something really important, something that Commissioner Long referenced and something that Commissioner Jacobs referenced. No one sitting up here right now is on Medicaid, so some of the outreach might not be making it to our pulpit. She mentioned a caveat about some of our folks who are immigrants, another caveat about individuals who are in our juvenile justice system. I know that right now there's single individuals that can apply that couldn't apply before. What does the outreach look like? Because it's one thing for a family to have applied, to Commissioner Alam's point, and it was the $20,000 that kept somebody. So that family would know, I'm going to apply again. To these folks who for decades, well, let me not say decades, that's long, for folks who have traditionally not even thought that this was within the realm of possibility, what do our outreach efforts look like? I've seen the handouts that the state has, but what does that look like for us? Especially because we're in the holidays, right? So people are not seeing everything.
Yes.
Sorry, y'all.
No, that's okay. So when schools come back in, because I know they're about to go on break, like Durham Tech and some of the local universities, my plan is to get staff out there to make sure that that population knows, because that's a population 19 and up that probably would not know. So that is our plan in January once classes start back, is to make sure that we have some staff on site that are going to some of those community events that they have for new students or returning students, to make sure that we're there. We've also been going to different community events. Cynthia and her team have been invited to some churches in the area and have been asked back. We've also met with some of the COVID-19 African American population group and the Latinx group, so that we can make sure, and they've invited us to some of their community events as well. So our plan is to keep going to community events, but also to go to the schools and to go into the communities that, as you said, some people might not even be aware. And to me, that's going to really be the younger population. I think the older population, we'll do a good job between us and the state and senior homes and things like that to put the word out. We're still doing that, but I think we have to think outside the box. And that's why we also did a contract with Latin Radio to make sure that they were also getting the message out because, again, the state was doing it, but we know where our population listens to radio or reads a paper, and we want to make sure or is online that we know that we're getting the word out there. So it's going to be an ongoing effort, and we are welcome to anyone reaching out to us and letting us know that maybe we're missing an avenue of where we can go, but we are looking at churches and schools and community events where we might not normally be able to reach people. You're welcome.
And I was talking to Commissioner Burns because I was reflecting on one of the comments she made about, hiring your neighbors. And I was wondering, Manager Dr. Sowell and Director Svechnian and Cynthia, would it be possible for us to look at, as we have people coming in to apply, or even after the fact, how we can partner with the the companies that are in Durham to host job fairs, even for the people who, there's going to be some people on Medicaid who are not able to work, but some people who are able to work, but, don't have access to these jobs. And we have so many companies that Mr. Miracle has been working on bringing in that you can have certifications to get, that you are entry-level positions. How can we get more of our residents plugged into those?
We can certainly, I will tell you, it's not a small feat, but it's something that we can certainly explore and work with our HR team. Our DSS team has certainly employed a great model, and so we can work with our HR team to see how we can expand that.
Yeah, like a job fair where all of the companies coming to Durham just come and set up a table and hire some of our Medicaid enrollees. Thank you so much again for all of your work.
Thank you.
That moves us into our public hearings for tonight's agenda. We have four public hearings on tonight's agenda. If you have the opportunity, there were sign-in sheets of the individuals who have signed in. Will have the opportunity to speak. And the first one, I want to remind everyone before we get started of the public charge that we read in the beginning of the meeting. They are available on the top of the agenda also. But that, I will pass it on. We will start our public hearing for the Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment. And I would like to open the public hearing and pass it along to our county staff. And we have Alexander Cahill, Senior Planning Manager, and Sarah Young somewhere in the crowd also.
Good evening. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Alum, Vice Chair Burns, Honorable County Commissioners. Alexander Cahill with the Planning Department. I'm happy to be here this evening. For the record, Planning wants to state that all of the public hearing items have been noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of those notices are available upon request from the Planning Department. The first, we'll see if this is going to work. There we go. Awesome. Thank you, Monica. So you're going to see several text amendments tonight, so I just quickly want to talk about what that is, because over the course of the year, you don't usually see a lot of these, and you're going to see them all tonight. So a text amendment is a proposed change or revision to existing zoning rules and regulations. In Durham, the Unified Development Ordinance, or as you'll hear referenced several times tonight as the UDO, is a tool that regulates how development looks, feels, and sounds in the city and county. This specific amendment, omnibus, is something staff brings forward usually about once a year, and its goal is to do twofold. It is to usually clean up technical revisions. These are things that we've learned from applicants, community members, staff review throughout the year that we know is problematic. And then this year we also added comprehensive plan implementation section, so we can slowly start implementing some of the things that that this commission adopted within the comprehensive plan. So the first section is the comprehensive plan implementation. And the first part is a change to the mailing notification range from 600 to 1,000 feet. This is coming out of several things. One of the biggest things is that when you live in the county, there's often a lot more distance or space between properties. So this 1,000-foot distance will help reach additional property owners and make sure that everybody is informed of the public hearing process. This will apply to applications that are submitted after January 1st. We have had some applicants use the 1,000-foot notification already, and it seems to be a very positive thing. This also puts us on the more expansive end of our fellow peer jurisdictions and is one of the furthest notification areas. The next thing is something that I think the Board of County Commissioners has brought up, and we have heard from community members, is that we haven't had the best way to notify renters or people in multifamily units. And so this change allows for resident sign postings for multifamily properties. And this is when address information is not available. So oftentimes we'll send direct mail per state law, per our local ordinance. We'll get a lot of those mailings back for multifamily units. This is going to require us and applicants to do a sign posting, both for the neighborhood meeting and for the public hearing notification. These signs will go actually in front of the multifamily properties, and this is when we are unable to notify via the USPS mailing addresses. The next thing is some changes to align with the comprehensive plan in terms of daycares. We know that daycare and childcare is a huge need in Durham. And one of the ways that we in planning can help contribute to this in terms of land use is ensuring that our regulations align and they're flexible with state law around childcare regulations. And so we are proposing a change to the ordinance to change it to childcare and match to the childcare standards that are identified by the state of North Carolina. Another change that is in line with the comprehensive plan implementation is a change in how Durham Public Schools obtains their entitlements to build. Right now, they are permitted to build schools, elementary, middle, and high school in non-residential zoning districts, but they have to have a special use permit to build in a residential area. We've heard from Durham Public Schools in collaboration that special use permit, it can be a little hard for them to navigate. Can also be hard because it's quasi-judicial, meaning that community members can't participate in a public hearing. It's quasi-judicial, so you have to have evidence-based testimonies. Whereas if we change it to they require a rezoning to the district that they will be building the school in, a non-residential district, there'll be a public hearing process. People will be able to participate, provide their input, and hopefully help Durham Public Schools implement their 10-year capital plan that they have for their schools. So that's just some things that jump ahead on implementing the comprehensive plan. And then there's some technical updates that, again, we learned from applicants, staff, community members throughout the year where we run into snags with the ordinance. So the first one is the Durham County Tax Administration changed from parcel ID to real estate ID. So we need to update to match that language. The next thing is coming out of a situation essentially that wouldn't occur with Board of County Commissioners, but occurs with City Council. And that is when an annexation comes in and is denied. Right now, there's no way to treat the concurrent zoning map change. It just kind of sits there and waits until another annexation comes in. So we have added a provision where when an annexation is denied, the zoning map change will automatically be withdrawn. We're also including a 180-day grace period for subdividers to file and record approved exempt plat statuses. This is to be in line with state law. And then we're going to allow street closing applications to come to the planning department instead of going to the clerk's office to align with revisions to the city code. This is actually something we already do. We're just cleaning up the code to make sure we match our process. We are also updating the public and civic use categories to include the care centers, child care centers, educational facilities, and some medical facilities. We're also updating the commercial use categories to include retail sales and services and research and development. And then we are removing the accessory structure requirement to construct a fire obstruction wall for structures located less than 5 feet from the property line. That last one is in line with building code. The next is we have heard from builders, developers, those that contribute to our housing supply, that one of the reasons that we don't see a lot of duplexes is that we don't allow 2 driveways. And so we are going to increase the maximum, we're proposing to increase the maximum number of driveways allowed for duplexes from 1 to 2. This is so people can park in their own driveway and be good neighbors without having to share where they store their vehicle. The next thing is removing this current exemption for tree coverage for 1 and 2 family dwellings that are required to meet the infill standards. We believe, in line with the past amendments that have been passed, that tree preservation is important, and so encouraging tree coverage in infill areas with single family and duplex units would be allowed under this change, or required under this change. This is to increase the tree canopy in line with the comprehensive plan goals of environmental policies and justice. Couple more things. Right now we have a situation where when there's a project right on the county line adjacent to another county, there isn't actually necessarily a buffer requirement. So we're proposing to add a buffer requirement that's a 0.6 opacity. So that would be, say, between Durham and Chatham, Durham and Orange. That way, if a project is built right on the property, the county line, a 0.6 opacity buffer will be required. Also, we're proposing to clean up the nonconformity section. Right now, it doesn't explicitly say anywhere in the ordinance that nonconformities cannot be created. So we just want to clarify that nonconformities cannot be created. And then lastly, we updated some definitions. One of the things that's super important in planning is that we define things accurately. When we define them accurately, then we can regulate them and mitigate potential impacts, and also help convey messages and information to community members in more accessible ways. So we have changed the definitions, some to align with state statutes, specifically the care centers, and then also the bars, distilleries, nightclubs. That way it's in line with what the state regulates and how they regulate it. And with that, I am available, and Director Young is available for any questions that you might have this evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cahill. Very good. I'm glad that we're talking about, I know we've had previous meetings where folks have come to us, especially shared the concerns about, the infills and the lack of restrictions around, clear cutting and how we're going to protect our tree canopies. I'm really glad to see that that's being included here. I will pass it along to my colleagues for any questions or comments, starting with Vice Chair Burns.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine is just really quick. One, thank you for this yeoman's job on this work. I chair Joint City County Planning, so I've already poked you many times about this language. So, and if anything, there's no public comment on this item, so no one's mad at you or me right now. That is not how the rest of this night is going to go. But I did want to make it really, really clear that I appreciate your work. I'm always excited when we are working to make sure our language lines up with other language. I remember even on the child care language, I was a little thrown off. I was like, well, what's the difference? But of course, depending upon who you talk to, what you're applying for, and what you're actually doing, the language does change. So the fact that we're opening ourselves up to it, the fact that the staff did this work and they saw it coming, nobody from the outside had to tell y'all to do it. Yeah, I'm messy early this evening. I just want to say thanks, and I let my colleagues go ahead and go. But thank you for this work. Thank you to you and to Sarah. And I appreciate y'all, and I just think that this is all going to be for the betterment of Durham.
No, I have no questions. We have reviewed this at Joint City County Planning Committee, and there's very good rationales and justifications for all of these recommended changes. Thank you so much.
I agree.
With that, I'll now open up our public hearing. And as Vice Chair Burns mentioned, we do not have any public comment, and no one has signed up online. So following that, I will close the public hearing and ask again if my colleagues have any other questions or comments they thought of during that rigorous debate we just had. No? Okay, then this item has 2 motions that would be required for its approval.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance, incorporating revisions to Article 3, Applications and Permits, Article 5, Use and Regulations, Article 6, District Intensity Standards, Article 7, Design Standards, Article 9, Landscaping and Buffering, Article 14, Nonconformities, Article 17, Definitions, and
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. Take a roll call vote. Vice Chair Burns?
aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? And I am an aye. Motion 1 passes 4-0. I'll now entertain the second motion.
Madam Chair, I might like to make a motion to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute 160D/605.
Second.
Moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. I'll take a vote. Vice Chair Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? And I'm an aye. Motion passes 4-0. And with that, the UDO Text Amendment Omnibus 18 has passed.
May. I just wanted to say it is really neat to see us already making changes in the UDO to implement our comprehensive plan that we adopted. So thank you for that. It's really exciting.
Wonderful. Now we're going to move to our second public hearing item, 23-0894, Public Hearing Unified Ordinance Text Amendment, Pedestrian Malls. And the board is requested to conduct a public hearing and receive public comments on the UDO text amendment, pedestrian malls, and if appropriate, approve the amendment and adopt the appropriate consistency statement. And we have, again, Mr. Cahill.
Thank you, Chair Lum. This is the last time I'll bug you tonight, I promise. It feels weird not to be dressed as a snowman either.
We like you up here. You have the easy ones
Y'all
for
had
us.
to be at the meeting on Tuesday. He was indeed dressed like a snowman. He was dressed like with a tie and everything.
Yeah, Alexander, you should have come dressed that way tonight because not everyone had the opportunity to experience that.
I'll send pictures. Pam Andrews saw me. She can attest to it. Thanks, y'all. So this next amendment is a privately initiated text amendment. So that means an applicant or someone from the community has initiated. In this case, is an applicant from a firm, Thomas & Hutton. This is an amendment for pedestrian malls to potentially make them wider. So I'm going to go over 2 definitions tonight because, as I said, defining things is super important. So the first is the general definition of a pedestrian mall. A pedestrian mall is characterized as a number of blocks of public downtown streets designated for pedestrian-only use and closed to vehicular traffic. Our definition in the UDO is slightly more technical. A public or private improved area intended for public, pedestrian, and non-motor use that is permanently preserved for such use through limited easements or rights of enforcement granted to the city or other similar legal techniques. So applicant proposed to change the pedestrian mall width, part of TC 2304. This is to change the width from 50 to 75 feet or potentially 100 feet, and I'll cover those 2 scalable distinctions in a second. At the JCCP on October 4th, 2023, staff were provided direction to potentially include options for wider pedestrian malls with the inclusion of additional amenities. So the applicant initially proposed changing from 50 to 75 feet. JCCPC members would like to see potentially going wider if there are additional amenities included in that pedestrian mall. Staff reviewed with that applicant and made some changes to the potential ordinance language. These potential additional amenities would include a public art feature, would include additional landscaping, and additional tree coverage, and additional outdoor seating as potential amenities if the applicant went to 100 feet. If they did not provide those additional amenities, the maximum allowed width would be 75 feet. Staff did do some research and compared to other jurisdictions. There runs a range from 13-foot maximum to 137-foot maximum, so not a good clear standard across the industry or across jurisdictions in what is appropriate for a pedestrian mall. The reason you wouldn't want to get too wide is you want to create that pedestrian feel, that sense of safety. You want to really activate and engage with the space. So show a couple of images of what the different widths look like. So the current maximum is 50 feet, and this would be what Brightleaf Square is for a pedestrian mall. The next one is CCB Plaza on the east side. This is what a 75-foot pedestrian mall looks and feels like. Of course, there's an adjacent right-of-way or roadway, so it has a slightly different feel. That's what 75 feet looks and sounds and feels like. And then lastly, if you go to American Tobacco Campus down towards the kind of water tower silo area, you come up to what 100 feet would be. So that's what a pedestrian mall would feel like if they provided additional amenities. So based on these other successful pedestrian malls in the country and across the state, increasing the width from 50 to 75 feet appears to be reasonable, however, only with additional design commitments, and that is what we've included and proposed in this text amendment in front of you tonight. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions this evening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cahill. For another agenda item with no public comments signed up, I will pass it along to my colleagues to see if anyone has any questions. I see Commissioner Jacob.
Thank you so much. I would, when we get to the public hearing, would love to, or I don't know if it now is appropriate or during the public hearing, just hear directly from the applicant what their planned use is going to be. But I think this is a really important issue because as our urban fabric gets more and more densely developed, you know, this concept is going to become more and more important, not for things, you know, connectivity, being able to use what we normally might think of as alleyways. You know, we already see people creatively using spaces like that downtown. Anyway, but even it came up with our development at 500 East Main Street because we're going to have two separate apartment blocks, and we're going to have a pedestrian mall going between the buildings. And so I think even just how do we even make a successful pedestrian mall so that it is a space that people want to use that does benefit the community. And I think one thing that we did forget to talk about at Joint City County is around safety and lighting. And so I know we talked about this a lot at our 500 East Main Street, but just wondering how that factors into, you know, especially ones that are more narrow, how that would factor in, and are we addressing that currently?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. So the ordinance actually already regulates and requires a lighting for these spaces. There's certain, of course, like fixture types you have to use and height requirements. So crime prevention through environmental design is essentially what you're getting at is already kind of baked into the UDO. But I'm assuming we'll be looking to expand some of those when we work to rewrite the UDO.
Great, thank you. And I can wait to hear from the applicant or now, whatever is appropriate. Okay, great.
Good evening, Jeremy Anderson, Thomas and Hutton. Need to sign up. Just to address your question, we have a project in design that this kind of came up from. It's a larger scale in the downtown, in excess of 8 to 10 acres. So as we're getting to a project of that scale, the buildings are getting a little taller, and that 50-foot space started to feel very narrow. So to address lighting down into that space, activate the space, give more opportunity for outdoor dining and activity, wider on a project of that scale just seemed right. So on some of the projects that Alexander pulled up, like Brightleaf Square, that 50-foot feels very right because the buildings are smaller. But as you get larger developments and that scale goes up, you want to get a little wider just to make that space feel right. So there is a project that's designed around, but we think it benefits a lot of projects on some of these larger sites as development happens.
Thank you, that's really helpful, and that totally makes sense. And I didn't even, you know, light is, and the proportion and scale. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say it's interesting that tonight we have two agenda items that are related to privately initiated text amendments, and it's just I don't know that's happened before, but anyway, it's an interesting phenomenon tonight. And
I thought it was funny too, now that new leadership took over, but go ahead, girl. Yeah, it's a setup.
it's I not sitting on the JCCPC. I really I really benefit from these very specific examples, these concrete examples, and loved hearing what you were going to do and how this applies to it, and also just watching how our processes work. And this one seems like it's working really well. Yeah, and look forward to approving this and hanging out in your pedestrian mall sometime.
There's no other comments or questions from the commissioners. I will go ahead and open up this public hearing. And we had no one signed up to speak again on this item, so I will move to close this public hearing and bring it back just in case anyone has had any questions or comments come up. Wonderful. So this item also will have two motions necessary for its adoption. Do I hear anyone for the first motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance incorporating revisions to Article 16, Design District Section 4, Streetscapes, Right-of-Way, Block and Lot Standards.
Moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Carter. Take a voice vote. Vice Chair Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? And I'm an aye. The motion passes 4-0. And now we have the second motion. Commissioner Jacobs?
Madam Chair, I'd make a motion to adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute 160D-605.
Here. Moved by Commissioner Jacobs, seconded by Commissioner Carter. Take a voice vote. Vice Chair Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? Aye. And I'm an aye. The motion passes 4-0. With that, agenda item 230894 has passed. And we will now move to our next agenda item, which is 23-0895, Public Hearing Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment Conservation Subdivisions. The board is requested to conduct a public hearing and receive public comments on the UDO text amendment conservation subdivisions, and if appropriate, approve the amendment and adopt the appropriate consistency statement. I see our attorney, Curtis Massey, coming up, and Mr. Cahill sneaking up closer.
My adult supervision. Madam Clerk, does this mean I can drive the screen?
Monica, can he control the screen without remote? Okay.
Okay. All right. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Here tonight to talk about an amendment to the UDO concerning conservation subdivisions. And I'm presenting this matter instead of planning because the impetus for this change arises from litigation and attempting to address a situation which has resulted in current lawsuit against the county. Essentially, this is an effort to preserve the status quo as Section 6.2.4 regarding conservation subdivisions has been interpreted and applied by the planning staff. Now, as you know, planning conservation subdivisions are a planning tool. And the goal is to preserve sensitive environmental areas or other significant features by permitting the concentration of development in some areas and preserving others. Now, the initial obligation is to preserve at least 50% of the open space, which is part of a subdivision. And that's to be preserved as either natural or open space. But beyond that general statement of 50%, then there are very specific categories of land to qualify as a conservation subdivision. Now, in the ordinance 624A, you have the general purpose statement. Now, there are 12 purposes listed there, and the litigants currently suing the county have taken the position that the language in the ordinance, both in A and B, requires that all 12 of these have to be met in order for property to be preserved as a conservation subdivision. On its face, there is an understanding of that, but when you read the ordinance, when you consider the implications, you realize it does not work. It would prevent any conservation subdivision from ever being approved. And that's why, to clear this matter up, planning has proposed an amendment. But I want to go through these 12 quickly. Now, what you will notice is that the very first one, to provide flexibility of design in order to promote environmentally sensitive and efficient uses of the land. That's your typical purpose statement. But is that actually a standard to be met, or is it an explanation for why conservation subdivisions are allowed? Similarly, when you look at numbers 4, 6, 7, 8, and 10, what do they talk about? They talk about permitting and promoting certain things. Those are not specific standards. Those are vague general goals. Number 9, which is in blue, to encourage street design that reduce traffic speed and reliance on main arteries, really has nothing at all to do with conservation subdivision or preservation of land. So you've really got, in terms of a purpose and a goal, 2, 3, 5, 11, and 12. And again, what do you see? Vague general statement. Typical of a purpose, but not a standard which must be met. In fact, the way planning traditionally has interpreted 624 is they go to the requirements of 624H, which provide, I'm going to let the train pass, which provide very specific standards. Now, whereas in 624A, it talks about preserving unique and sensitive natural resources, or in woodlands, here it talks about, first you'll notice that of the 50% of the land to be preserved as natural or open space, 80% must constitute what are listed as primary conservation areas. Special flood hazard, riparian buffers, wetlands protected by the Army Corps, lakes and ponds excluding created stormwater control measures, areas of at least 5,000 contiguous feet with natural slopes greater than 25%. Forests in which healthy hardwood trees at least 10 inches in diameter at breast height comprise at least 50% of the area. That's a specific standard as opposed to woodlands, which are mentioned in 624A. Now, and then there are more, of course. These are the specific standards. And if you can't, once you've met 80% in primary, if you can't do the full 100%, you can get into secondary conservation areas and other open space. But again, they still have specific standards. Now, this slide is intended to illustrate the practical effect of the litigant's position. They say all 12 must be met. Now, what planning has done is they have put on this map a few specifics. Got the floodplains. First of all, the yellow area is rural residential areas, which is where you can have a conservation subdivision. Have the floodplains, you have the historical and archaeological sites defined in 624H. You have the existing greenways and the scenic views, which by 624H must be either state or federal scenic byway. And what you'll see is all of those requirements do not exist together anywhere in Durham County. So even if you limit it just to the things that are actually purposes or identifiable standards in 624A, they don't exist. No conservation subdivision can exist in Durham County under their standard. And what that means is it's a construction of the ordinance that would basically eviscerate the goal, which is to preserve certain areas by permitting concentrated development on part of a land as long as you can preserve other significant features. That was how we defended the lawsuit in court. We were upheld by the Superior Court. They've now appealed it to the Court of Appeal, basically arguing their construction of the ordinance is correct. There's an argument there, but even if their argument's upheld, it leads to an absurd result. And it's a result that can be easily addressed by a simple amendment to the ordinance. Because right now, if somebody else comes in and applies for a conservation subdivision that meets the requirements of 624H, it will be approved. Somebody else could sue over it. We'd be right back in court until we get either final appellate action or we amend the ordinance and remove the ordinance construction, the language that they're pursuing. So here are the amendments, and you'll see they're very simple. Conservation subdivision standards are established for the following purposes. We're going to remove number 9, which talked about designing streets. We're going to drop the word and. And the other change is in 624B, remove the language that looped in 624A. Now, the language in 624A was added in February of 2008. And as explained, it was an interim action while a more substantial rewrite of 624 conservation subdivisions was ongoing. That substantial revision, which was adopted in November of 2008, is what created 624H, those specific standards I showed you earlier. But again, 624A are not truly standards. Half of them aren't standards at all. They're aspirational. It promotes and encourages. And if you were to give the construction that the opponents in the litigation want, and which some will argue you should hold tonight, that's what it would look like. That's what it would mean. You could not approve, planning could not approve any conservation subdivisions. But that's not the way they've been interpreting it for years. If you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you so much, as always, Attorney Massey, for your thoroughness as well as for keeping the county protected.
Thank you.
I will pass it along, see if any of my colleagues have any questions or comments around this one. Okay. Vice Chair Byrne?
Oh, no, I just
Oh,
put it on.
okay.
Sorry.
With that, since there are no questions from my colleagues, we will move to open this public hearing. And we have two individuals who have signed up. The first one is Katie Ross. Miss Katie Ross, if you can join where Monica, our clerk, is standing, and you'll have 3 minutes for your comments. And then following Katie, we have Robin Barefoot, if you want to come line up.
Hello, Katie Ross, Bahama, and my background is that I practiced law for 45 years. I was an appellate attorney. I understand statutes and I understand how the Court of Appeals work. I was in Washington State, but they're pretty much the same everywhere. Mr. Massey was addressing you like you're the judges of the Court of Appeals. He doesn't want to wait for the Court of Appeals to render their decision in a few months, so we will all know what the current statute, what the proper interpretation of that current statute is. You know what the results are as to what's been going on, what Mr. Massey is urging as the correct interpretation, and that's the horrific destruction that almost all of you have seen when Preserve Rural Durham took you out to developments that were undergoing that were approved as conservation subdivisions under the exact provisions that he is proposing that you adopt tonight as the amendment. What I suggest that you do is wait for the Court of Appeals in a few months to tell us whether the Planning Department has been interpreting the statute correctly or whether the standards actually mean something. I want to tell you something very important that Mr. Massey did not tell you, and that's that everything in the law, all ordinances, all statutes are viewed through the eyes of the reasonable person. So anything in the statute that can't be done, like in those purposes, like say preserve a historic building, if it's there and you can preserve it, you must preserve it. But if it's not there, then that requirement would not apply. That's what a reasonable person would see. So conservation subdivisions that actually mean something and preserve and conserve our natural resources can, in fact, be built under the current statute. The amendments that were made in 2008 and 2009, they were made specifically to strengthen the conservation subdivision. And that's when they specifically added the provision that those purposes, the part that this amendment wants to render totally meaningless, that those could be applied and that the Planning Department would have the statutory authority to reject applications that didn't meet that. My time is up, but what I would say is if no more conservation subdivisions could go in like the ones you've seen, that would be a good thing, not something to avoid. But if the statute that we have can be interpreted by the Court of Appeals for you.
Thank you, Katie.
Then,
appreciate your comments.
And it's good, then we will have better conservation subdivisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Robin Barefoot.
Hey, thank you so very much. I love following Katie Ross. She's my wingman. I am the plaintiff in the lawsuit against the county. So the one thing I want to disabuse this audience of is the fact that there would be another litigation. I can tell you that the amount of time and energy and money that has been spent in order to bring this matter to the court has been extensive. And in the 12 months that have elapsed, there has not been another lawsuit. So I really don't think that the county is at risk for another lawsuit. I also am not going to repeat the ecological damage that has happened. You've all seen it. Preserve Rural Durham has educated this body and the city council over the last 12 months to show what has been the result. And that definitely is tied to conservation subdivisions. There have been 16 of them that have been passed, 15 or 16, I could be wrong. What I want to say is that if the county has an appetite to amend this ordinance, then I'm all in favor of that. And I'm prepared to work with Sarah Young and the Planning Department in order to propose an amendment that gives meaning to the word conservation and that actually is based on the legislative history, which Katie just mentioned to you through 2008 and 9 was to strengthen this. If an amendment is what the county wants, let's do that, but this is not the correct amendment. To absolutely, he used the word eviscerate. He took my word, but I'm going to use it again. To eviscerate the statute by taking away those purposes and giving the planning staff the ability to say no to a project that it believes is detrimental to the county, I think is what we want to do. Don't be frightened into approving this amendment by a fictionalized risk that Mr. Massey proposes in an onslaught of litigation. Don't be complacent either, thinking this is a minor cleanup or that it somehow promotes an absurd result, because it would not promote that absurd result. The ordinance was intended as protection and safeguard and guardrails when developers come for our land, and they damn sure have come. So say no to this text amendment. Do not relinquish political ground that your predecessors in these seats made sure was protected. Put your hands on the steering wheel of Durham's future and vote no.
Thank you, Robin Barefoot. That was the only two individuals that we had signed up to speak on this agenda item. Before I close the public hearing, want to ask colleagues, any colleagues have? Commissioner Vice Chair Burns?
Yeah, Mr. Massey, I'm gonna bring you back up if you don't mind. Sarah, you might have to be his wing woman. I do want to I want to get some things clarified. One, thank you as always for folks speaking up. Again, when we go to 6.2.4, right now there are 12 things listed, correct?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
can we go
Well, in
back to-
624A.
Hey, yes, can we go back to that slide?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm not trying to relitigate it because I'm not a lawyer, nor do I play one on TV. So that's not what I'm trying to do here. But the argument that I'm seeing, right, so there's 12 of them. The argument being made is that and makes this inclusive of all.
And there is language before the number that
Right.
says shall.
Right, I got that part.
Okay.
So, and then we go back to, I don't even want to say reasonable, prudent person. I don't even want to get bogged down in all of that. But what I do want to say is, historically, and Sarah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we have not either approved nor denied nor required that somebody meet all 12, correct? Right, so that, for those of y'all who can't see, the planning director is shaking her head to negate that statement, so it is not an affirmative. We have not set the standard, and so the only thing we're doing now is upholding the standard that we've had historically. She is shaking her head, the affirmative, for those of you all who cannot see her. This is and I'm gonna say this on camera, it is mighty funny that we got all these UDOs on the night that Netta and I get into leadership, but I'll deal with that later. That's not for anybody else to deal with. I just want to put that out for public consumption. Conversations that could have been had previously are being had tonight on the eve of an election, but that's the heavy is the head that wears the crown of leadership. But I do want to throw out there, Mr. Massey, back to you. Go back to the map again.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, if you could. And Sarah, I might pull you in also. No, the other one, well, it might be this one, where we said in the event that we did overlay all 12 of these requirements as opposed to the shall, we would have how many?
I did not have them try to figure out the all 12.
Right.
I had asked for some selected ones.
Right, 6 or even 7 of them, 5 of them.
Yes, ma'am, because if you'll notice, this goes back to when you talk about promoting or encouraging, that's not really a standard you can put up there.
Right.
It's like, so what we've got here are the scenic byways, and there's no
Right.
federal ones, but you have 2 state ones. You have the flood zones, you have greenways and trails, and
But you're kind of making my point, sir. Like, you couldn't even overlay 6, so how in the world could we overlay 12? I'm trying to bring it back down here because we've had the lawyers to talk. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Mr. Massey. But trying to bring, because we
Yes,
got
sir.
to deal with this every day. But when the thought process of this litigation is that 12 could be overlaid, and we couldn't even overlay 4 or 5, 3 of these things and find where it could actually be a conservation subdivision under those standards. So I did just want to kind of sort of showcase that. I'm going to yield the rest of my time in the event my colleagues have something that they want to say.
Jacob?
Thank you so much. Stan Jewell still sitting here? Yeah, you're back there. Dan Jewell and I were both served on the EEUDO. Was it 2000? What year was it? 2008? Okay. When we, with a large group of residents, all different stakeholders that came up with the conservation subdivision ordinance. So it was actually created with, for the most part, this language. And, the intent, sometimes we don't get language right. And I think what we've seen is that we obviously did not correctly, there was issues with the language. But the intent when the conservation subdivision ordinance was created was to try to meet some of these purposes, and with the different standards, the primary and secondary features. I actually was the first person, and I was project manager for the very first conservation subdivision ordinance, the Pool Farm Road project, with the company I worked for at that time, which was focusing on preserving farmland in northern Durham. But I think what I would say is that the way I interpret what our attorney is recommending that we do is, we have a responsibility as elected officials to protect the county. That's actually one of our responsibilities, and to make decisions that does not put the county at risk. So that is part of the obligation of our office. But I hear you all about some of what we see is related to, we've had some changes in state law since this ordinance was first created. And we've seen that there are things that need to be addressed. So one thing I'd like to, so for me, there are two separate issues. And so what I'd like to hear from staff, from you, Sarah, I know if you could respond to where we are right now. I know we have passed in the past few months, some revisions to our UDO to address some of the issues that we've seen on the ground in East Durham. And I just want to thank you all, because you have brought us out there. You have really lifted up these issues for our entire community and for all of us. So, and has led to concrete results. So just want to hear from you. How will some of those new ordinances actually, will they have an impact moving forward on how the conservation subdivision ordinance is implemented moving forward? If something comes forward to you today, how will we see any changes?
Sure, that's a really good question. I'm Sarah Young with the Planning Department. So the text amendment that you're referring to was a phased development and tree preservation text amendment that was passed a few months ago. That would apply to any subdivision, including conservation subdivisions. So even though in a conservation subdivision, you're preserving 50% of the land as open space or whatnot, the other 50% would still have to come in as phases, and each phase would have to have its proportioned amount of tree coverage and basically conservation. So you would no longer be able to just mass grade, for instance, the entire 50%, unless it was teeny tiny conservation subdivision. But for all intents and purposes, those amendments that were just passed about phased development will apply to conservation subdivisions. So you would not see conservation subdivisions constructed in the same way that we have seen them up until now.
And are there any other, as we look at the rewrite of the UDO, Do you foresee any other changes that we would make related to the conservation subdivision ordinance where we've seen any issues? And also, secondly, could you also explain how state statute has also impacted the way this is currently being implemented?
Sure. There is a provision in state law that requires that we allow riparian buffers, so stream buffers, to count for a variety of things. We have to let them count for density calculations for the gross land area. We have to let them count for any required open space, for any required tree coverage, and for any conservation areas. So, there have been a lot of concerns about developers' ability to double dip, basically count the same, stand of trees for multiple things. That is baked into state law. State law allows them to double dip.
Thank you. And related to any other potential changes to strengthen this?
Yeah, as we look to rewrite the UDO, you all know we have a consultant that we have hired and is working on that. We've given them a laundry list of topics that we would like them to revisit and bring to us kind of best practices and most up-to-date thinking. Conservation subdivisions is definitely one of those topic areas. So I do foresee that we will probably get some recommendations from them in terms of, if we want to change the proportion, is 50-50 the right proportion of developable land to preserved land? If that percentage changes, does that mean there's also changes in density or design requirements or housing types or whatnot? So those are all things that we're hoping to have a conversation with them and get their best recommendation on.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I'd like to request that that's something that gets prioritized for us because, frankly, we don't do a lot of development in the county anymore. A lot of stuff doesn't really come to us anymore. But this is something that we do still see being used in the county. So especially we're seeing. So I guess, is it possible that this be something that we prioritize? I know. I think it would be important to county residents.
Yeah, so in the schedule from the consultant, their first deliverable to us is an evaluation of our current ordinance and a report that basically charts out their recommendations for kind of the big things to change and how to change them in a direction. We will be bringing that forward when that comes out this spring. After that, the very first deliverable after that is the rewrite of residential districts. And since this is residential districts, that's kind of already prioritized. So.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Then I will close this public hearing. And commissioners already asked questions, but in case there's any other additional comments or questions that anyone wants to make before we move forward with this item. Okay, this item is also another item that will have two motions. If the board so chooses to approve them. Do we have a motion?
Yes, I move that we adopt an ordinance amending the UDO, incorporating revisions to Articles 6, district intensity statements.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Carter, second by Commissioner Jacobs. Take the roll call vote. Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Motion 1 passes 4-0. And now we have a second motion for this one on the consistency statement.
I move that we adopt a consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute 160D-605.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. Roll call vote. Vice Chair Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Second motion passes 4-0. With that, 23-0895 passes. And now we move to the big feast for tonight. which is 23-0896. Public hearing for Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, simplifying codes for affordable development, or shortened to SCAD. So the board is requested to conduct a public hearing to receive comments on the UDO text amendment simplifying codes for affordable development, and if appropriate, approve the amendment and adopt the appropriate consistency statement. And we have presenting to us today is Bo, our Assistant Planning Director, and he will be assisted by our Planning Director, Sarah Young, as needed. You, Bo?
Awesome. Thanks, Madam
Bo, now wait a minute. Alex didn't dress up like a snowman, but you was dressed up like a Christmas tree. Y'all just didn't care to come in here dressed for us today. Just came in here all professional. I appreciate it. Be ready for war. You look good. Go ahead.
I figured I was talking about my sweater in the elevator on the way here, so here's somebody to say something. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. This is a privately initiated text amendment. The applicant, Jim Anthony of the Anthony Property Group. Application was received May of last year. The intent and the focus of the provisions to be modified, according to the applicant, was to allow additional flexibility in siting and design, to develop additional infill housing opportunities and housing types, increasing small-scale commercial opportunities. We'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, and to promote different housing types throughout the jurisdiction. Now, in your staff report, you were provided a detailed analysis that staff put together, and it's organized by the proposal's topics. I'm going to go through those topics here, just sort of at a high level for the room. Included in this text amendment, there's some exemptions for small site plans. These are townhome developments of 10 or less units, and commercial developments in some non-residential districts on lots that are 20,000 square feet or less. The proposal adds a new housing type. This is the detached row house. This is a good way to describe it would be a detached townhouse. These would be individual lots with communal land around them. It would be a multi-family development. We currently allow something very similar where the housing type would be an apartment, but those would not be for sale, and these would essentially have the same form, but would be a for sale product. There's some modifications to accessory structure setbacks and increasing the allowable size for accessory dwelling units. The proposal changes the way that would change the way that we measure residential building height. So currently we take an average of the corners of the structure and go to the midpoint of the roof. This proposal references the apex of the roof, so sort of simplifies height measurement calculation, but doesn't functionally change or increase height limitations. There's some modifications to residential infill standards. An example of this is the setbacks for corner lots. Right now, you'd have to meet 2 street yards. This allows for one of those to be a side yard. Development standards for small non-residential lots. This really expands the use of the commercial infill district standards in various commercial districts for small lots. Some minor changes to the PDR district standards, looking at incorporating more non-residential specific uses in the PDR developments. I'm driving. Some additional topics: flag lot standards. Some changes to the setbacks for flag lots, expanding the use of the reduced flagpole flag lot option, and some other minor changes that would encourage more flag lot. Modifications to the setbacks and the small lot option, removing some of the additional requirements that small lot, small house currently have. Project boundary buffer exemptions. This is a topic that you'll see in the analysis. It removes project boundary buffers in instances where the same use is being developed adjacent to a property that is similar use. So for example, residential to residential, a project boundary buffer would not be required. There's some changes to the non-conforming structures section. This would reduce the number of minor special use permits that we have coming in for existing non-conforming structures when they want to expand the height. This would say that the additional height, as long as it conformed with UDO, could be approved by right. There's also some other miscellaneous provisions modified and some adjustments to minor encroachments into setbacks. So there's the sort of the high level topics that are being proposed to change. And removal of parking minimums is one as well. So here in this slide, we took a look at the provisions. They all would, many of them would apply in both the city and county, but due to where particular zoning districts are located, tried to highlight here the pieces of the SCAD text amendment that we would see the impacts in the county's jurisdiction, most likely. Of course, the removal of parking minimums, the increase in the ADU size. You see ADUs developed in our district quite often, and so that increase would impact in the county. The height measurement method applying, of course, as we review residential construction, and then of course the removal of the project boundary buffers between residential uses. We do see that instance would most likely come up in the county's jurisdiction. I will note one caveat. If there was a subdivision that chose to mass grade, there's an exemption in the UDO that requires a buffer in that instance, and so that would still apply if this were adopted. So the Planning Commission recommended denial back in March by a vote of 6-6. It was originally heard by City Council March 20th. It was continued on 2 separate occasions, both times to allow for additional engagement. Once during that time frame, there were several meetings hosted by staff with the INC and the applicant, which resulted in some changes to the application. Subsequently, there was a task force appointed by the mayor that held 3 meetings with the applicant. Ultimately, the proposal was adopted by City Council on November 20th. The City Council did, and just wanted to note that there were several provisions that staff had recommended not be adopted as part of the analysis. And you'll see these listed here. The City Council did not adopt. One of them is the PATH program. This was a sort of an incentive program that was in their original application that sort of offered a trade-off if there was a percentage of affordable units as a part of the development. Some of the standards were relaxed, and so this was not adopted. There were modifications to the application of the neighborhood protection overlays, specifically Old West Durham. The original application had a provision that would allow an accessory structure to be built prior to the primary structure. The sequencing was removed, or this allowable sequencing. Relaxing of the residential infill standards. The infill standards have mostly stayed the same in the city's recently adopted version. Residential uses in various non-residential districts. This was not adopted. Density exemptions for CI, commercial infill projects. There was add additional flexibility for setbacks with mechanical equipment. We maintained the current standards, or the City Council did. Flag lots with poles that would get as low as 5 foot for the purpose of utilities to the right-of-way. That portion was not adopted. And then the elimination of rear yard setbacks in the CI district. We maintained the rear yard setbacks in the city's version that was adopted. And that is it for the staff report. The applicant is here. I can probably potentially answer some questions about the proposal. And if you all have any questions for staff, here and available.
Thank you so much, Bo. And thank you, staff, for all of the work and months. I know y'all have been putting into this, and all of the public that's been engaging in this process over these long several months. Question. You discussed, so the items that had been removed from the final adoption from the city, but also just wondering, so now that the city has adopted these amendments, essentially all of that, since the city area that falls into the county, that automatically is the precedent, correct? So this, us adopting the, or not rejecting it tonight will only impact the areas that are outside of city limits.
That is correct.
My main question right now, I'm going to pass to my colleague, Commissioner Jacob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just follow up on what you just said, just for clarification. Could you define, because now with the adoption of the urban, for the future land use, future place type map, could you define now, so, and starting, what date does the SCAD amendment be? What is the date of implementation?
It'll be effective in the city January 1st.
Okay, so January 1st, 2024. And could you define for us where it will be implemented?
The various provisions would apply throughout the city limits.
So is that within the urban growth area, or I'm just thinking about the urban growth boundary that we just adopted?
That would all be within or further within the urban growth boundary.
Okay. So basically our decision tonight is only pertaining to the county land that is outside of the urban growth boundary.
Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. Okay. And I do have some questions, but I'm going to, well, I guess going back to your slide, could you go back to the slide where you specifically listed the impacts to the county? Could you just explain a little bit more, I guess, some when we think about the way the county land is developed, a lot of it is rural, where we, some of there aren't as many restrictions anyway on what people can do in rural areas. So I guess, how do you, if you could just tell us a little bit more about what these impacts really mean to residents, because I think that's, we've gotten a lot of emails and concerns and met with citizens who are concerned really specifically about the impact to the county. I think that's what we really want to zero in on is, the impacts to the county area. So if you could help us with this a little bit more.
Sure, I'll expand on these topics a little bit. So the proposal removes parking minimums. In the county, obviously, that would remove parking requirements for majority of is RR or rural residential, residential development. They would most likely provide parking when a home is constructed on site, even without that minimum requirement. And then, of course, RTP, bulk the non-residential development that we see in the county's jurisdiction is RTP. They frequently provide, they're usually bumping up against the parking maximums for their developments, which would still be in place. So the impact for the removal of parking minimums, we don't foresee a great deal of developments that would still provide the same parking. In terms of the accessory dwelling unit size, so the size increased to 1,000 square feet. We do think that we would see larger ADUs constructed in the county's jurisdiction. Many of the residential lots in the county are larger. So, from a scale standpoint, this is actually maybe more appropriate in the county than elsewhere. But that would be certainly an impact that you see. The height measurement method, we actually don't expect the measurement method to result in development looking any different in terms of the actual heights that are allowed. So that's really more a simplification for the applicant and for the review team, for staff. And then the last one, the removal of the project boundary buffers. So this is one where, so the current UDO requires project boundary buffers in many instances, many times with similar uses adjacent to each other. Staff feels that it may not always be appropriate to have project boundary buffers if you've got a like use adjacent to another use, and that it would still have tree coverage requirements. There would still be the phasing and grading requirements that were discussed earlier. There would still be open space requirements and streetscape and landscape requirements. So the project boundary buffers, in many instances, you'll still see very similar landscaping and tree coverage and tree preservation. Also, because of the provision for mass grading, I think for a lot of subdivisions, we'll still see that the 0.6 opacity buffer. However, if a subdivision does not choose mass grading and is adjacent to residential development, then there would not be a buffer around the boundary, but they would still have the same percentage of coverage required. Is that helpful? Any more?
Yes, that's very
expand?
helpful. And again, just to reiterate, the new ordinances that we've passed related to stormwater buffers, the phasing, all of that, that would still pertain no matter what. It does not supersede this.
Good question. That is correct. Yes, all those would still maintain the existing provisions that have been adopted.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Burns, then Commissioner Carter.
I'm gonna have a lot more to say after the public hearing, but I do want to go back for a second. Go to the slide where you show everything that was gutted out of this 80-page. Since we want to go over what affected the county, Bo, if you would educate folks, could you go through, because I had the same question about how it would impact the county. And I'm going to go back to that in a second. I'm not going to punch at it right now. But could you maybe take some time to say why each one of these pieces was gutted out of this amendment? Or at least the top. Could you do the top four? Like, why was this taken out?
Why were they taken
out? Not in aggregate. If you could, just do the first four about why they were taken out.
Yeah, I will do my best, of course. And then
you got help. It's help over there.
I do
Call
have some
them
help.
up there. They don't like to go.
So the PATH program, staff had some serious concern about the proposed length of time for the affordable units. We didn't feel that it was an adequate length of time providing those affordable units, given the trade-off for some of the regulations that would be relaxed. In terms of the modifications to the neighborhood protection overlays, specifically Old West Durham, that would not impact the county because, of course, both or the NPOs are located within the city's jurisdiction. That was removed. Certainly, the Old West Durham NPO, for example, fairly recently adopted. Staff felt that after all the engagement efforts, and since it was recently adopted, we were not in favor of a provision that would remove those requirements. Allowing an accessory structure prior to a primary structure, the concern there was if, let's just say that you've got a vacant residential lot, they came through and they built the accessory structure, say it's an ADU, and it would meet the ADU standards and setbacks. And then in the future, they were going to build primary structure. Well, what if they didn't build that primary structure? And so staff was concerned that that provision would result in some non-conforming structures and situations on those lots. Relaxation of residential infill standards. Staff was in opposition to that particular, and it was a suite of changes that would relax some of the residential infill standards or allow for some options. Staff, in the interest of neighborhood character and preserving the current infill standards, recommended that we didn't adopt, city council not adopt that. Of course, that particular provision or suite of provisions is relevant within the city. That's where the residential infill standards would mostly apply and would not impact the county. Should I keep going?
I'm gonna stop you right there. The only reason why you all clearly there was some advocacy done right? There was some advocacy done, so thank you to the folks who raised their voices. There's a reason why we have public hearings. There's a reason why we have public meetings. There's a reason for transparency. There's a reason why we make sure that ourselves and our staffs are made available to the public. And again, we've seen 3 other provisions where like these are the outcomes. Like we want to work together in tandem so that we can make this community better. And so you saw some examples like this is what we're gonna pull out. Could you go to another slide if you wouldn't mind, the slide that shows how much public comment we had? How much public engagement, that right there. See, because there might be a tide of folks who want to prolong this process even further. I would not be in support of that for a myriad of reasons. I've not always been privileged enough to go to a lot of public hearings, but by the grace of God, this past election cycle, I've had the opportunity to go to the public hearings that you all had there. I had the opportunity to take time off from work and do the work session that we had here. During the last election cycle, there were myriad of debates, and I got to go and sit and listen during the debates. I got to look at the recordings from the task force. So this has been going on. Let's see, the Planning Commission first denied this. Y'all can call it a tie if you want to. It was a denial. Denied this in March of 2020. So, I mean, March 20th of 2023. So here it is, 9 months later, and anyone who says we need to hear more about it, I got a problem with that because we've been dealing with this since then. Additionally, I want us to go back. That application was put in. Could you go back to the very first slide? Thank you. Is there supposed to be an O in property?
It is.
Y'all killing me.
Call me out. I'm sorry about that.
But I do want to throw. So that is the applicant, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the applicant.
Yes.
So that says May 5th, 2022.
Yes.
All right. So I just want to put. And we don't have anybody else on there. There's no habitat. There's no let's fake another black woman's signature. There's none of that. That's the applicant, correct?
That's
okay,
correct.
I just want to put that out there for public consumption. So those are the 3 things I just want to elevate. How long this process has been going on since May of 2022, where your staff has had the opportunity, Sarah's staff has had the opportunity to kind of sort of go through it, climb through it. Then it came up to the Planning Commission, made its way out into the public sector. The communities had opportunity. There's been a task force created. They've come to work session. So I just want folks to know that no matter what happens tonight, Commissioner Burns ready to vote. So y'all can go ahead on that.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes, I'll probably hold most of my questions for after the public hearing, but I did want to ask either 1 or 2 now. Let me ask this one. So, well, first of all, I want to say thank you to the proponents and opponents. I feel like the community's reached out to us and given us such wonderful opportunities to get together with you, to talk to you on the phone, and, to hear both sides. And there's always so much to learn on both sides. And so I want to say I really appreciate that chance. My question is related to the fact that it seems like many of these text amendments are related to small lots that are less than 20,000 square feet. Is there any way that that requirement could be gamed or worked around through an exempt subdivision action where a larger lot is then subdivided into lots that would meet the less than 20,000 square foot requirement?
So the 20,000 square foot requirement, yeah. All right, so I'll back up. So an exempt subdivision, or one of the ways, the most applicable way would be if you had a existing lot that was less than 2 acres and it was being subdivided into less than 3 lots. So I don't exactly know what you mean by gamed, but I do think an exempt subdivision by state law could be applied and approved, and a 20,000 square lot could be created. And then subsequently, the development could meet those exemptions or standards, and that would, but they would be bound to that 20,000 square foot maximum in terms of the development and the lot. Does that answer your question? So an exempt plat could be approved to create the lot that would then benefit from those exemptions. Yeah.
And so, if there are no buffer requirements on these lots for like use, that's right. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could a developer, then have this 1 acre lot, they divide it into 4, 20,000 square, or two 20,000, or let's say they have 2 acres and they divide it into 4 of these lots. And then without any sort of buffer requirement, they could actually be contiguous and that, that someone could build a big mansion or a shopping center.
Yeah, Mr. Carter. So if there were 4 lots, that would not be an exempt plat, and therefore it would trigger a stormwater analysis and most likely site plan review. But if it were 3 lots, yes, each individual lot could subsequently be developed individually, the 20,000 square foot standard. And I forgive me, I don't remember specifically what those standards are. I believe it means that they would meet the commercial infill standards, which are reduced setbacks and reduced buffers.
Yeah, I was going to ask you a little bit about commercial infill standards too, but
Director, they could not be combined into a larger development to circumvent the rules, which I think is
that
your
really
ultimate
was
concern.
my question.
Yeah, no,
yes.
that would not be the case.
Okay. Not possible to circumvent the rules on that by
That's correct.
combining. Okay. Thank you.
And just to follow up on that, yeah, they would, because stormwater code isn't changing, there's still the same thresholds in terms of impervious surface and disturbance limits and all those same mechanisms.
Can I just ask a real quick, that was a great question, Commissioner Carr. Related to that though, where in the county would someone be able to do that when they wouldn't have, you can't build a septic system and a well on less than an acre. So I'm trying to understand where would that be able to happen?
I don't think there is an area in the county where that would occur. I'm pretty certain.
I'll also add that, most of the property in the county is zoned RR, has very large minimum lot size requirements. A lot of the property in the county is also in our watershed districts, which make the minimum requirements even bigger and impose other limitations. So staff does not foresee this really playing out in the
And I had 2 follow-up questions also before we open up the public hearing. So just wondering so when I looked at the slide about how this impacts the county, thank you. A lot of what I was thinking and wondering is most of the time that we see larger scale development, or all of the time really in the county, that typically has been land that first is annexed into the city. And so if that is the case, then the city having approved GAD already will supersede and become the precedent since it's no longer county-only jurisdiction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so around the concerns about how is this going to impact larger size development coming into county areas, because those county areas don't have access to water or publicly available water and sewer, typically developers will come and request annexation. Just wanted to get that clarified. And then I know that the items that were removed before the city voted on it, going back to the planning commission's vote, how many comments were made I know since we wouldn't have a planning commission meeting after the vote had happened or after the city had decided to remove those items, is there any understanding or knowledge of where the planning commissioner's concerns were? Were they aligned also with staff's concerns around the items that were eventually removed from the final adoption?
That is correct. And yes, they were. There was actually a subcommittee the Planning Commission had put together, and they agreed with staff's recommendations and analysis.
And that was a subcommittee of the Planning Commission members?
That's correct.
And did they ever take a vote on that subcommittee about, after the removals or anything? Just wondering. Okay.
No, they just put together the report for the commission.
Thank you. There's no other comments or questions from my colleagues. I will open up the public hearing. We do have quite a number of folks signed up to speak. I believe we have 22 people. No one has signed up online. And for the sake of everyone's time, we're gonna have 2 minutes instead of 3 per comment. And so we will start with Sebastian. Fetch, I know this, Sebastian. Fetulak. Fetulak. Oh yes, over here on the side next to the clerk. And then after Sebastian will be Mimi Kessler. And I'll call y'all up 2 at a time to give you more time to sit.
Good evening. I just wanted to echo some of the comments. I've spoken at City Council as well, but I think this is important to also share here. My name is Sebastian Fetzlak, resident of Durham County, off of Irwin Road near Duke Forest. I do represent building trade members, craftsmen working on actually a lot of infrastructure projects across our state and in our cities. But I did want to state my support for the SCAD amendments to the UDO to increase walkability, density, and access to more affordable housing. I do represent hundreds of members and young apprentices in the construction industry who may not afford to live in the city or county lines while they work here because of housing costs, but I do believe, as many other cities across the country and already in our state have done, that these amendments can help move the needle towards affordability and density. Nationally, we are seeing that increased supply and denser housing has helped to reduce the rise in rental costs and allowed new and young families to buy homes in the cities and neighborhoods they live in. If we don't continue to improve our development plans, we'll leave all future housing affordable only for wealthy individuals. Lastly, the amendments can help create greater walkability, reduce traffic on our roads, helping us reach environmental sustainability goals, and reduce overburdened requirements on developers such as parking minimums. I implore the board to approve these amendments without hesitation or delay. Thank you.
After Mimi, we'll have Jennifer Franklin and Pamela Williams.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Mimi Kessler. I live in the city of Durham. We want to talk to you about due process. There have been many times and ways for the proponents to have been asked to work with us to find common ground. I started trying the day after the August 30th, 2022 community meeting, which was the first of 2 where they actually presented to people who did not have a financial incentive in the building or real estate market. So understand that they think that it's been going on a long time, and we think it hasn't. Because of all those opportunities and repeated failure to engage in good faith negotiations, I believe that there has not been adequate community engagement on sweeping changes to the building codes that will fundamentally change the fabric of the city and our quality of life. The proponents have had protected presentation time with the governing bodies, and in fact, twice before JCCPC, before that August meeting 2022, yet that was the first time that we learned about it. In contrast, the residents have only had their 2 or 3 minute pieces, and like in this situation, how can our voice be truly heard and considered before it's time for you to vote? Proponents have told us many times they have the votes on council. They said that at that August meeting. Presumably that was a deterrent for us, but it hasn't worked out that way. But not sitting down with us, they have created sides and making this issue a political issue. And indeed, many voters have told me since November 20th vote on SCAD that they would vote differently if they had known. I sincerely believe we have more in common than the other side thinks. I believe we are trying to achieve the same goal, the goal of density and adding more housing units, but
Mimi.
But differs in the means of getting there. Thank you.
Thank you.
evening. We come to you now.
If you can share
Yes.
your name, please.
Jennifer Franklin. Sorry.
Your address.
We come to you now because you're a last hope. There's still, even after changes have been made, ambiguous language in the document and several sections that are simply illogical. There are opportunities for developers to game the system and avoid oversight. And the city attorney's office needs to review it before it becomes law. When we appealed to the planning director for help in improving the document, she explained that with a private amendment, staff were not authorized to make changes, but she was receptive to the idea. The city council voted on a motion that was seemingly only understood by Councilwoman Johnson, who made it. When asked if they had followed what was in the motion, the planning director said that fortunately, it was being recorded. Neither those present nor council members understood what sections were in or out, and there was nothing we citizens could do without being out of order. Despite residents asking for a no vote significantly outnumbering the proponents, the usual four adopted in favor or voted in favor because that was what they were planning to do from the beginning. The current UDO section 3.19.5 Part A, Item 3 reads, following the public hearing, the governing body may approve the amendment, deny the amendment, or send the amendment back to the Planning Commission or a committee of the governing body for additional consideration. Please send this back to the Planning Commission, who will work with the residents and the staff to find compromise in the specifics with language that is not ambiguous and not so extreme. Please save Durham from being overrun. Thank you.
And please remember to announce your name and your address when you come up to the mic. Thank you. And after this, we have Joseph F. Human, and then Donna Steinbach.
Good afternoon. My name's Pam Williams. I'm on record. My address is I'm a resident of Durham. I'm also an engineer. For over 40 years, I was an engineer. I did land development. For 16 years, I have read the ordinances, and I worked for NCDOT for quite a few years, writing RFPs and policies and even legislature changes to get through legislation for NCDOT. And as I read these ordinances that we have now, there's already loopholes and there's already flexibility in these ordinances to get higher density. I mean, have you driven around? Have you looked at what's being done? Things are being done, and there is flexibility already. And I feel like that if I'm requesting you to say no to this. One is they've said it doesn't really apply to Durham, but as you know, as each acre of land is annexed into the city, then that acre of county land, now all these ordinances are applied. I am also very upset about the buffer rules being taken away just because it's a small acre, it's 4 acres of land, so they're not going to do mass grading, but you don't have to provide any buffer. Everybody needs trees, and there needs to be a break between the residents. I don't care if it's on 1 acre or 4 acre or 20 acres. Let's not have this continuous houses from one subdivision to another subdivision without a break between it. You saw Olive Grove, you saw Sagewood, you saw Nichols Farms, where they're continuous, but the only break they have is between the 2 subdivisions and everything. You have 20-some acres of nothing but roofs, concrete. So I ask you to please vote no on this. I see a lot of flexibility in this, and we're working on the UDO now. They are to match the comprehensive plan. Let's let it match the comprehensive plan and not move forward on this. Thank you.
Joseph, and then Donna Steinbach.
My name is Joseph Fleming, 2104 Cedar Grove Drive, Durham, North Carolina. Most of the time when an entity comes to Durham and want to develop something, normally you will see what type of work in which they will do. I think we have seen the type of work in which the developers have done here in Durham. Let me speak for a particular group this particular time. Let me speak for our rural area of Durham. In our rural area of Durham, we have seen carcinogen build up and dust particles build up in their neighborhood. Why this is so significant? Because we have many people who cannot sit in their own front nor backyard because of these particles build up. We have seen our neighbors in the neighborhood, wells have been destroyed by this development. We have seen our neighbors' well being destroyed. Also, they cannot have them fixed because the insurance have refused to deal with the situation. They have told them in essence that if they come back there again, they will drop them as a client. These are a couple things that these are not rich people. These are regular Durhamites, regular people trying to live. We are talking about a couple of things that have been afflicting them. We have been told that SCAD will make more homes. That is not true. Habitat for Humanity have been the main entity, nonprofit entity that have built more homes, affordable homes. That's the issue, affordable homes. We should be talking about affordable homes because that's the main element that needs to be dealt with here in Durham. Let me give you a couple of statistics for example. Durham has stated that they need a certain amount of affordable homes. We still have not met that quota. Now, who has met a certain quota to build affordable homes? Habitat for Humanity, not our developers. So that the elements that needs to be developed has not been met yet. Thank you.
After Donna, we'll have Steve Toller and Pam Andrews.
Good evening, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. I'm Donna Stainback, a lifelong resident of Durham County. I live on 4825 Jimmy Rogers Road in Redwood Community. I am opposed to SCAD for many reasons, and I'll list just a few, but I would like to state that I was at one of the meetings where everybody in the community there on Club Boulevard that came seemed to be against SCAD and the fact that it was being developed by developers versus coming from the planning department. But they were told, and I was there and witnessed it, that Habitat for Humanity did support them and did want to, this to go forward. And then that got the crowd kind of changing. But that was a false premise. And it really should never have been stated. Now, I'm looking at the fact that they state it's not that applicable to the county. Well, if it's not applicable, do not pass it. One of the statements they said was this affected only the part outside the UGB, but I think it also affects the land in the future growth area because that's still in the county and hasn't been annexed. So it's the future growth area and the land outside the UGB. I am handicapped. I get around with short distances, okay, but I am scared of reducing the minimum of parking spaces. In Durham County, you have to have a car. You know, that part is really not applicable. You were spread out. And, well, I think this can be used and abused by developers because of the way it's written and the ambiguous statements. So I, again, would ask you not to approve it. I have other points, but I think I ran out of time.
Thank you, Donna. Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, and fellow citizens. My name is Steve Toller. I reside at 8709 Millhouse Lane in Bahama. I've lived in northern Durham County since 1977. I'm no stranger to this chamber. I've led 2 successful bond referendums, advised 2 more, led a very successful 2011 education sales tax referendum, was a county appointee to the RDU Airport Authority for 10 years, and helped lead the Terminal 2 construction and increased minority firms' participation in construction. I married a northern Durham County girl, which is probably the best. But anyway, and I was one of 3 county residents that helped create the Little River Regional Park and raised over $300,000 for park infrastructure. And I was honored to be one of the county's Volunteers of the Year. To say that I'm passionate and protective of northern Durham and Durham County is an understatement. I helped lead the county engagement process for the amendment. None of my past Durham County campaigns had more community engagement than this process, not one. After the draft of the amendment was submitted, the Planning Department made 903 revisions, then an additional 61 revisions were made as a result of input from public and from Planning Commission. To say this amendment came from one man or just developers is simply misinformation. In the end, at least 29 citizens wrote parts of the amendment, including local architects, local builders, local carpenters, local nonprofit leaders, and local planners. Keyword local. The version you're considering tonight is probably the 43rd or 44th version of this amendment. I am very proud of our community engagement and outreach efforts, led by the best local talent in our community. Thank you for your respectful consideration and leadership in passing this tonight.
After Pam Andrews, we will have Tammy Sawaya and Rebecca Freeman.
Good evening. My name is Pamela Andrews, live on Wake Forest Highway. I've heard tonight that there's been a lot of civic engagements regarding SCAD, but there has not been outside the city limits, especially in Southeast Durham. You know, we come to everything, and we have not been a part. Just like we had to fight to have engagement meetings out in the county when we were working on the comprehensive plan, those initial engagement meetings, only after we requested them did we get to be a part at the table. We really have not been a part at the table for this amendment. Although they market SCAD as primarily allowing infill development within the city limits, out of 132 SCAD provisions, 122 new provisions expressly apply to city and county. When this was pointed out at one of the task force meetings, the response was the HOAs would limit dense development in the county. That's simply not true. Everyone in the county does not live in a community with an HOA. In fact, most of the county residents do not live in an HOA. We have wells, we have septic tanks, very expensive septic tanks that require land. If SCAD were intended to be limited to infill within the city limits, it would say that, but it does not. Preserve Rural Durham has stood and met with you guys over and over again. You cannot ever say we did not. Standing for over a year against damage to the environment and the citizens along the perimeter of these massive developments. I have asked a number of attorneys and other officials, including some of the planning department today, how would this co-mingle with the 2 amendments that have been written, particularly the tree preservation amendment and the stormwater amendment? We have all in this room, from the planning department to our citizens, worked extremely hard to protect the environment and the citizens of Southeast Durham. So I ask you again, there were some little loopholes today when you were speaking earlier. We are concerned about those loopholes. With SCAD, a project boundary buffer won't be required at all anymore, is what I was told today. However, the phase grading and tree preservation amendment requires a 30-foot buffer. I was at the creeks today. They still look like blood. Check my Facebook page. We need help. Please say no to this.
Tammy Sawaya at Baptist Road. Basically, you've heard all the other comments. As a county resident, I feel like this will open the floodgates and will allow more development and not reasonable development in the county. And when you talked about wells, well, think about community wells. That's how one way you can get around the water and the issues. But I wanted to take your attention to the comprehensive plan where there was a statement where the Triangle J Council of Government estimates by 2050, Durham will need additional 60,000 housing units. Well, if you break that down into 10-year increments, that's about 20,000 housing units every 10 years. So I also went to the Triangle J Council Government's website, now called Central Pines Regional Council, and they also note that the population growth between 2020 and 2030 is about 44,000. And going to the planning website, you have about 2.3 people per unit, per housing unit. That translates within a 10-year period from 2020 to 2030, we need about 19,000 units, which is close to about the comprehensive plan, about 20,000 units. So then, Preserve Old Durham, we've been looking at all the developments in Southeast Durham. And so I personally went to every city council minute meeting and added up all the other developments for Durham between 2020 to October 2023. That doesn't include any by right buildings or any buildings that are being built in zones already designated for high density. So the total that I came up with is that we're about 23,000 built from 2020 to 2023. We're not even at 2030 yet. We have overbuilt at this point in time. So my point in saying this is, why do we need SCAD? We don't need it in the county, and we don't want it. Thank you.
After Rebecca, we will have Jacob Freeman and Cuff Friedel. Cliff Friedel, sorry.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Freeman, and I live in the county, and my address is on file. And I'm a little bit nervous because I had a 3-minute speech, so let me try to get this in. I am opposed to SCAD, starting with the name SCAD, Simplified Codes for Affordable Development. Affordable development, not affordable housing, affordable development. That's a key element to start with. The SCAD application was submitted with the Habitat for Humanity as a co-applicant. I think I just saw a while ago that the only applicant was Jim Anthony of Raleigh, but according to the letter that was sent to the City Council and the County Commissioners, the Habitat for Humanity is formally withdrawing our name from the SCAD application proposal and revision process. That was sent to y'all in March of 2023, not the 2020, I think was, or 22, that was the application shown. But unfortunately, they got a letter back from the director of the planning departments informing them that their name could not be removed from the SCAD, the amendment application, but their letter would be added to the file for review. However, in this continuous document that you folks got, as well as the City Council, it did say that Habitat for Humanity, Durham's Habitat for Humanity, the premier group that provides and builds affordable housing in Durham, could not support the SCAD document. I think you really should investigate why they cannot support the SCAD document before you go ahead and vote yes on something like that tonight. Please consider this important withdrawal of support for SCAD document. And the other thing is that, good grief, the comprehensive plan was just passed, and there's a lot of work to be done to get the UDOs in alignment with the SCAD, with the comprehensive plan. That's a mammoth document and a mammoth rewrite, and why preempt that with something else to start with. Thank you so very much.
My name is Jacob Freeman. My address is on file. And I'll start by saying that I'm a resident of Wake County. And at first I wasn't planning on speaking on this topic because, I was thinking, well, I don't have standing as a member of a citizen of Wake County. But when you consider the applicant, maybe I do have standing in this matter. But the other thing too was today I was coming home, and I drive 98 to Kemp Road quite a bit. And I looked at where Martin Creek comes in with Lick Creek, and as Pam Andrews stated, tomato soup. And I was just compelled to come down here and speak tonight about the destruction that's going on in southeastern Durham County. And why that matters to me as a Wake County resident is because that is Wake County's source of drinking water, is Lick Creek, amongst other. The map that was shown there is pretty compelling about how much surface area of Falls Lake is in Wake County, but then how much of the drainage area of Falls Lake is also in Durham County, how much surface area is in Durham County, but also how much of the drainage basin is also in Durham County as well. So from those standpoints, I would definitely be against the amendment and propose that you vote in the same manner. The destruction that's going on in Southeast Durham cannot continue. There are going to be severe environmental repercussions, cleanup, and other things that will be required because of it. Thank you for your time.
After Cliff, we'll have Mr. Walter Jackson and Adam Lang.
Good evening. My name is Cliff Cradle with Cradle Engineering at 204 East Markham Avenue, where we've been here for over 100 years serving this community. I want to speak to you this evening since my primary job is helping individuals figure out what they can do with their land, I want to speak to you about the positive benefits of this ordinance. There's quite a few rules and standards right now that we're dealing with individuals being able to build their homes. That is added greatly to the cost of building that home. Over on the East End, we've had a situation where they were building a house that we had to survey 14 additional houses to meet the standard. We have to go into the adjacent people's yard to survey the height of the adjacent house, because that's what the measurement standards call for. We need these changes. We're asking for these changes. If you don't think it's affecting the county, then if you remember the Bahama Park that was next to the fire department on Bahama Road, it's not there. Parking requirements were too strong for them to build that park. This does affect the county. I have one individual build a single-family house in the middle of 13 acres. The additional surveying to locate, this is a fully wooded lot, the additional surveying to locate his 13 street trees and then protect those trees was quite a shock to him when it came to the surveying bill. In addition to that, he lost 4 more weeks because in the review process, we didn't put the HVAC on the plan. The middle of 13 acres, that HVAC is nowhere near the rear setback. We need these changes. Please make these changes. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, Madam Vice Chairwoman, Commission members, County Manager Sowell, fellow citizens. My name is Walter Jackson. I'm here representing the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. There is an old saying that I think almost all of you have heard: fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. There's a corollary: once burned, twice cautious. The African American community of Durham has been burned and is very cautious going back 50 or 60 years to urban renewal. Promises were made about what would happen as a result of urban renewal, how it was going to improve our communities. It did not. As a matter of fact, many believe that it led to the devastation of key communities in Durham. What we have this evening is a proposal being put forth saying, oh, this is going to help you. You can understand that we in the African American community to a large degree are saying, I don't know about that. We think this thing is being rushed through prematurely. We think that additional time and study would be in order. I won't go against County Commissioner Burns, who said, well, I'm not going to support any further delays, because I was going to ask for a delay based on the fact that the city, in fact, delayed its consideration on the absence of a council member. Tonight, Commissioner Howerton is absent, and I don't know that I think you should not pass this without a full commission. Basically, there are too many outstanding questions. It might be that when I get back to the Durham Committee, they would say to me, having learned tonight that since it's already passed by the city, it would not affect the county. Perhaps there are those who would say to me, well, Walter, you should have let them go ahead and pass it because all that bad stuff will only be coming to the city now as opposed to the whole county. Thank you.
After Adam, we have Tom Miller and Dan Jewell.
Good evening, Council. My name is Adam Lang, 633 Swift Creek Crossing. I came out tonight to speak in support of SCAD. I think that these text amendments foster increased density and enhance affordability, which is crucial for creating vibrant, accessible urban spaces. I'll be brief tonight because I know a lot of people, but I know a lot of the amendments in SCAD don't affect the county as much, but I think as our city grows, I would love to see the positive fundamental characteristics promoted by SCAD, walkability, spirit, incorporated in.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom Miller. I've lived in Durham a very long life. After a career of 30 years in the Attorney General's office and 40 years of volunteering in Durham, I have devoted myself to advocacy for the interest of ordinary people in their homes and neighborhoods. I've grown old in this work. And what can I say about a 60-page set of complex legal changes to the UDO in 2 minutes? Well, you've seen, you've cut people off. You can't say hardly anything. The answer is very little, and this is part of the problem that arises when we allow a profit-making industry to rewrite the rules that govern them on matters that affect the lives of everybody in Durham. So what does SCAD do? In a nutshell, it increases developer opportunities at the expense of quality of life of ordinary people. And for the vast majority of people in Durham, their interest in planning and zoning is the protection of their homes, their neighborhoods, the places where they live. They're not in it for the money. To the extent that our rules protect this interest, the rules are a success. When we tear those protections down, we fail the people. As members of the Board of Commissioners, it might be tempting to say, oh, well, the city has already adopted most of it, and the county doesn't do much zoning. What's the point of voting no? But this is wrong. Under our unified county-wide approach to development regulation, you have a great deal of influence. The county is an equal partner in shaping the rules that govern development in Durham, all of Durham. You represent the whole county, not just its fringes beyond the city limits. The county is not a dog wagged by the city's tail. If SCAD has problems, and it does, you should vote against it. Voting SCAD down will keep the issues it presents alive and force stakeholders who have been unwilling to make concessions to come to the table. Your representatives on the JCCPC can urge changes to rebalance our code and rewrite SCAD as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you again. Please just vote this down and let us fix it later.
Thank you. After Dan, we have Morgan Haynes and Brian Calloway.
Good evening, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Dan Jewell. I'm a landscape architect in private practice. I live at 1025 Gloria Avenue in Trinity Park. I'd very much like to speak in favor of this and tell you about the benefits of a simpler entitlement process, which this will bring for many smaller projects. During my 38 years of working on approvals in Durham for clients and individuals, we've gone through 4 zoning ordinances, each more complicated than the one prior. In the early 90s, I could get a site plan approved in 4 or 5 weeks. Now it takes 5 or 6 months to get that same site plan. And because of that and that increased complexity, it means there are longer and more thorough reviews. Too many small builders and even non-professional regular citizens now call me asking for advice on how to navigate their way through the system. Our current code is way too complex. Small practitioners, individuals can't understand it. It's way too expensive to interpret and implement, and way too risky for many small people to make that investment. What I end up with many times is people are angry they are incredulous, and sometimes they are sobbing at the end of the conversation. And most importantly, many times they don't move forward with building a home or a duplex or a townhouse, something like that. These are good intentioned folks, just trying to provide some more housing, sometimes for a family member, sometimes for some income, sometimes to put a kid through school. They need a more simplified code. They deserve a more simplified code, and that's what we're asking you to approve tonight. The amendments before you this evening will make it easier for small practitioners and individuals to do really interesting stuff. It'll be bad for my practice because that's how I make a living, doing site plans. But I'm okay with this because we need more housing in Durham, and simplifying this is a way to provide it. So please vote to approve this amendment. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Morgan Strider Haynes. I am a Durham resident who has lived in the same location at 701 West Trinity Avenue for the past 15 years. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of SCAD. I am an architect. I recently founded my own firm, Monarch Studio, a small practice specializing in residential and small-scale commercial architecture, largely as a byproduct of the demand for these types of spaces that this amendment seeks to address. Many of my clients are homeowners in the urban tier with growing families seeking to expand their existing footprint. Others have added to the existing housing stock by building ADUs on their property and renting the top floors for much less than a new typical apartment. One of the last major amendments expanding housing choices did just that. It expanded the opportunities for this same type of small-scale residential development, making common sense changes to the UDO in order to increase density in the urban tier and create more responsive and well-designed architecture and urbanism. The arguments against EHC were the same we're hearing these days against SCAD. Big bad developers will swoop in and game the system in order to destroy our neighborhoods. I don't think there's evidence for that, and I don't believe that's going to happen should these text amendments pass. More importantly, in many cases, regular citizens will be able to more effectively make sensible and reasonable improvements to their own property. I have one such client that under the proposed text amendments will now be able to construct a modest new carport in his driveway, which would not be allowed under the current ordinance. While I recognize this is an anecdotal piece of evidence, I think these kinds of common sense changes abound in SCAD. Removing minimum parking requirements is another example that I think has been pretty well summed up by others that support SCAD. Creating more walkable communities starts with deprioritizing the car. While there will always be NIMBYists and naysayers, the positive impact that new development has had on the walkability of the Foster Street corridor, for example, is undeniable. Over the past 15 years, I've watched surface parking lots and industrial buildings with barren blank facades transformed into living spaces that engage the street with public amenities and much needed retail spaces. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time, council members, and thank you to the planning department for your ongoing work to improve this wonderful community we live in. Thank you.
After Brian, we have Sherry Zan Rosenthal and Katie Ross.
Hi, I'm Brian Calloway of 307 Gresham Avenue. There is evidence that gentrification has been happening at an expanded rate since expanding housing choices. SCAD, we are concerned, will continue to exacerbate that. You can just look at the people who have been moving into this community and the people who have been moving out of this community. I was also a part of an analysis of all the public speakers, both for and against the SCAD amendment at the Planning Commission and at the March 20 meeting. On average, the average proponent of SCAD owns over 11 properties valued at more than $2 million per proponent. The average opponent owned less than one property valued at under $300,000. SCAD is an amendment created by developers for developers. It is, we saw a tapestry of opponents at the city council meetings from the Durham community, as you see a small group here today too, that are quite concerned about the damage that SCAD can do and will be doing now to the city. Granted, the economic forces of speculation and gentrification don't exist with the same potency in Rougemont and Gorman as they do in Hyde Park and Walltown. But this community deserves to know where you stand. You know, the city council delayed this so they could have an election. One of the council members paraded around at forums that they were not supporting, they're not going to vote for SCAD in its form, and then promptly voted for the majority of SCAD. They received applause during those forums, and there's a disconnect right now of democracy in Durham, so please let us know. You guys are all on the hot seat here in a couple more months, and the community wants to know. So yeah, I encourage you to not accept SCAD tonight. Thank you.
Hi there, Sherry Zann Rosenthal, 2205 Wilson Street in beautiful Durham. I've been debating with myself what to say to you because after so many months of working on this, on something that does not make the code simpler, and the code does need simplification. When Frank Duke led the planning department in giving us this UDO, it gave us a very complicated code that's difficult to understand. I don't like the organization of it. I think it was a downgrade from the code that we had previously. When the proponents talk about affordability, that's such a red herring because we know from this massive analysis of 1,136 cities that passed, this is a nationwide push by the real estate industry to get exactly this kind of thing passed. Deregulation, elimination of setbacks or very short setbacks, which, by the way, makes it very difficult to have large street trees just at the time when we need them most because of climate disaster looming. So this analysis was done, appeared in Urban Studies in January of 22. I've given some of that article to many of you. And it showed that there is no verifiable statistical evidence within 9 years after passage that this results in any affordability whatsoever. If you look at the provisions and you've read it, I'll also say that reading it is not the same as understanding it. I have spent well over 30 hours with colleagues reading and trying to do hypotheticals about different provisions. And I will tell you that there's still things I don't completely understand how they ricochet off each other. And I heard both say things. I like Bo very much. I appreciate our planning staff. I heard him say things tonight that I do not believe are true. I do not believe that it's a technical change that has no substantive effect. For example, the new measurement. Well, I want to leave you with this. You have a specific role to play. You're the only elected officials for the whole county. And in the face of looming climate change, deregulation is not the way to have a conscious preparation for what's to come as far as fire or storm resilience.
After Katie, we have Robin Barefoot and then Bob Chapman.
Hello, Katie Ross, Bahama. So it's a very important point that you commissioners sitting here are the only representation we in the semi-rural and rural areas of this county have. I can tell you from being on next door and walking around my neighborhood and talking about this issue that people in North Durham County anyway, the ones that I talk to, do not want this amendment. Very, very concerned about the effect of unrestrained development and less regulated development coming in where we depend on our wells and septic systems. You have a golden opportunity because that has passed. The UDO total revision is already underway, coming up. You can watch what happened with SCAD in the city limits, and you can see if the developers are being responsible and doing as you would hope they would do, or whether they're pushing the limit, and whether they have created ambiguities that are damaging to neighborhoods and undermining our environment. It's my belief, as I told you earlier, I'm a lawyer. It's my belief that the city council behaved illegally and in violation of UDO when they changed the amendment that had been delivered to them. The UDO 319, 3.19.5, A3, which has already been referenced to you, But it says, and a governing body following a public hearing may approve an amendment, may deny the amendment, or send the amendment back to the planning. There's no authority there to change the amendment as it likes. So earlier, you voted in a way that I didn't like because you said it would avoid lawsuit for the county. I don't agree with that. But this right here puts the county at risk. Because if you
Thank you,
vote
Katie.
for what the city sent you, you're voting for something that they didn't have the authority to do. Thank you.
Robin Barefoot again. I'm on record. SCAD has been a costly exercise for Durham. It has consumed a disproportionate amount of the planning department's work hours. It has diverted a disproportionate amount of the city council's attention away from the people's business. It makes a show of solving our dire lack of housing for essential workforce with the least effective strategy for affordable housing, which is to build new units rather than to repurpose existing inventory and naturally occurring affordable housing. It offers no strategies for reversing the egregious displacement of Durham's communities. And of course it doesn't, because SCAD is the brainchild of the same private equity-backed development professionals who displaced our communities in the first place. You know all this. You know the city council's approval was a circus and potentially unlawful. You know there are no good reasons to follow the lead of a hijacked council, and you know only harm and devastation and profit mongering is going to result if SCAD extends to the county. You know all of this. So tonight the question is, do you have the political will to say no? Reject SCAD from cover to cover, demand regulatory integrity instead of zoning bingo, put your hands on the steering wheel, and direct Durham's future. Vote no.
My name is Bob Chapman. I've lived in Durham for 48 years. I'm a new urbanist real estate developer. I've developed quite a few affordable units, probably over half of what I've done. I was board chair of the North Carolina Smart Growth Alliance. I signed the charter of the New Urbanism for Congress of the New Urbanism and was co-founder of the of the National Town Builders Association. I was asked, along with half a dozen other small developers, to participate in something called the Practitioners Panel for the Expanded Housing Choices text amendments. When that was done, it made a big difference. We're talking about small incremental developers, no national developers. Nobody has hedge fund money. This is all people who do one at a time and look at ways to reduce cost in order to offer a better place at a lower price. When we finished that, there were things that were still barriers in the code. And so a group of the people who were in the practitioners panel got together and said, what can we do to finish the job of making it simpler for people to build wonderful, desirable, and less affordable, and less expensive and more affordable homes for people in Durham? And we found a planning graduate who read the entire code, went through it line by line, and we submitted it to the planning department. Since then, there have been 44 separate versions. The planning department suggested that the council pass part of what we submitted, and they did, about 90%. We'd like for you to do the same thing, and hope that you will. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, that has concluded the people who have signed up for public comment. I would like to thank everyone so much for sticking with us and all of the engagement they've provided throughout this entire process and all the comments that they have shared. Yeah. did have a sign up ending at the end of the consent agenda being approved to be able to give time to our clerk staff to be able to collect everyone's information. If you would like to provide your comments in a written format to the clerk, she can share that with the commissioners. Oh. If you can walk over to Monica and yeah. We'll have your comments. No one can hear you when you're not at the mics.
Good evening. My name is Ibrahima Sai, and I've been living in Durham for the last 22 years. Right, like Durham County, Durham City. I've lived in Rougemont before, and after Rougemont, I moved into the city of Durham, and now I live in by South Point Mall area, and we're just being annexed. We used to be county, now we are city, right there by South Point on 751 South. So I have several things. I always call myself a WASP as West African Senegalese progressist. And the reason why I say this is because I came to this country with nothing. I've watched the city grow. When I pack myself with few cents in my pocket and say I'm coming to the United States, I was not coming for status quo. I was not coming for things to stop. I'm coming for progress. And I understand the concern of some of the people. But I watch the community. I'm inside the community. I've been teaching in Durham Public School, K-12, and I've been at North Carolina Central University as a professor for the last 14 straight years. I speak 8 languages. I know 13. I speak Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, Wolof, Arabic, Fulani, and Seret. I'm inside the community. I've been in Big Brothers. I've mentored. I've tutored. I am in the community. I listen to the community. I hear the community. And everything is beautiful, as it was said, but our community need a place to live. Our community need affordable housing in this place. And I'm the dummy. I've reviewed that SCAD. I've read these lines. I just show out of nowhere. I didn't know anybody here, and I get the chance to talk to some of the people. Some of the documents were given to me, and I went over it. And it boils down to this.
Thank you so
If
much.
these people are talking about building, when you understand building something for our community, above all the African community, because we're getting bigger,
Thank you
to
so
be able
much.
to live
Sir, your time is up.
affordably, I would really ask you, and I think it's needed. It's really, I'm begging you to vote for
Thank
this.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you can make sure to fill out a form with our clerk,
Yes, I
Monica.
will do.
Thank you. And for future public comment periods, want to remind folks that the sign-up period ends at right before consent agenda is passed, to make sure that, everyone who comes by that time has the ability to sign up, because there are individuals that, were told that they were past that deadline and weren't able to sign up. So we want to be fair to folks. With that, I will close this public hearing and bring it back to the board to ask questions and comments of staff. So I'll start. I first wanted to raise one question that we had. I, of course, mixed up my cards, so I can't remember who exactly it was that raised it, but just wondering around the parking minimums. There was a concern raised about the accessibility and how it impacts accessibility for individuals and residents that have disabilities. I just was hoping that you could address that, if that has been something that's been taken into consideration, and how you see it to impact.
The inspections department is the department that enforces the accessibility code. I will say that if parking is provided, the accessible spaces are required. But if parking is not provided, then the spaces would not. That is actually how it's applied today as well. So that would not change.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions? Commissioner Jacob?
Thank you. I first of all want to thank everyone who came here tonight and who spoke. We heard a lot of really heartfelt comments, and people feel obviously very passionately about this issue and about our community. And frankly, that's what makes Durham a great community, is because people care. I want to try to, when I listened to everyone's comments and took notes, I heard a lot of grievances about a lot of different things. And I just want to be really clear about what we're being asked to vote on tonight, because I don't want to mislead people that what we are being asked to vote on will necessarily address a lot of the things that I heard that people are upset about. And I think that would actually be really misleading of us to give you all the idea that we have the power to address things that we don't have the ability to address, and things that are in our jurisdiction or not in our jurisdiction, or whether we, by this vote, are going to impact issues around affordable housing, or the lack of trust about certain decisions, or I think what I hear a lot of confusion, misleading information, and I don't want to add to that in terms of my responsibility as an elected official. I want to be really, really clear about that, and that's why you hear us trying our best to ask questions, to get things clarified. We're trying to clarify things not just for ourselves, because our responsibility is to make the best, most informed decisions possible, to listen, but also we want to make sure that we get information clarified for the public, for the community. That is our responsibility as well. So I'm going to ask a lot of questions to follow up. And so one is, again, just to going back to the fact that we do not, what we are voting on is simply the application of the SCAD amendment as it exists today. Since the city council voted on it, a number of provisions were removed. The application of it within the county limits. And so, I guess one of my general questions to ask to our staff is, because the purpose of the SCAD was to create more opportunity to build more housing within the city limits and to remove some of the regulatory constraints and some of the burden that puts. Now, we did hear from Mr. Creedle about how it is also impacting county residents, because one of my questions is really like, what benefit does SCAD really even have to the county if those were really, focusing on more urban, development, compact neighborhood development, urban tier, all of that. So I guess I would like to understand, somebody, an elected official from the city actually reached out to me and said, "Why are you guys voting on SCAD?" So, I think just understanding what is the thinking around why, we have a joint city-county planning department, we have a unified development ordinance. So I think getting clarity about why is it important that we vote on this or not, or how this benefits county residents or not, getting a better idea of that, since it really was constructed more to be focused on, the city.
Bo, before you answer that, I just want to thank you, Commissioner Jacobs, for that question. I just want to make note of time. It is 10:15 and we're scheduled to end at 11. So I'm just going to keep that in mind, colleagues, that if we reach 10:45 and it looks like the discussion is going to go on further, we'll need to entertain a motion then. the meeting longer.
Awesome. Thank you. Commissioner Jacobs, I'm unable to go back to the slide with the likely impacts, but I will say that the point you bring up is very much I think correct in the sense that much of it because the infill and the small scale commercial wouldn't apply into the county, that many of the benefits and many of the recommended proposals aren't there. These four things that I had highlighted here, I will say that the increased size for the ADUs, it is our belief, and certainly the applicant, their intent is that they become more viable if it's slightly larger, the 800 being limiting. So we probably predict that we will see more ADUs constructed with that increase, and so you would probably see more ADUs in the county's jurisdiction. The height measurement and the removal of parking minimums are going to be inconsequential, most likely. And so in terms of the benefit to the county, I mean, I think that's really where we would stop.
Thank you. I have a few more questions, but I'm going to wait and let my other board members go first. Okay. Okay. So, and again, from just a very practical point of view, from a governing point of view, because that's what we are supposed to be doing here, what would be the impact of us not approving the SCAB, besides the fact that it could possibly actually help county residents? I know when we think about why people build an ADU for a family member, for, not just a child, but an aging adult family member, actually. And we see this out in the rural areas often. Family members do live together. That's very common, either side by side, or just the benefit that could provide to people to have that ability. But related to just governing, being a joint city-county planning department, what would be the impact, the actual practical impact, if we voted no on this?
The result would be we would have two versions of the Unified Development Ordinance, one with the county standards and the other with the city.
And do we have this in any other situation?
Currently, no.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. So, of course, stormwater regulations have different standards. Obviously, city has their own code and the county has their own code. So there are different documents, but in terms of the UDO, right now it's one document.
Okay. And then related to what will happen, because we're starting the rewrite of the UDO right now, right? How will this be looked at as part of this process? Because I did notice when you did that explanation from the staff of every single text amendment item, and then you gave your feedback about it. The last page, the very last page, there were a number of items on page, I think it was 44, whatever the last page was. I don't remember what page number, but anyway, that very last page, those items, you said these things should be monitored. Now, again, that's going to be on the city side, not our side. But I guess my question is, number one, how is this actually going to be monitored? We had a process for expanding housing choice. How will the positive, negative impacts actually be monitored? What will you be looking for? And then how will this be rolled into the rewrite of the UDO and taking a second look at all of these things anyway?
Sure. So there were particular provisions where we said that we would monitor it. Those were instances where the concept was something that was fairly consistent with the comprehensive plan and is an idea that we would have analyzed moving forward with the UDO rewrite. I'll use the example of removing parking minimums. That's something that we've probably talked about internally at the staff level for several years. And if we were to initiate that, we would probably accompany maybe on-street parking enforcement analysis with our transportation department. And there are other caveats that we may have placed on. If you've seen the analysis, we talked about some concerns about residential infill in those instances and potentially requiring on-street parking there. So there are some of the provisions that, if adopted, or since the city adopted, we will be taking a look at to see, what those negative impacts are. That will include looking at quantity of development, ADUs. We're going to take a look and see, do we have more, and how many more of those are larger than 800 square feet. Now there's a significant number of those provisions that we will not be able to capture data like we did for expanding housing choices, just by the very nature of the changes. But I think for several of the ones in that last page, we'll take a look at that. How that'll be incorporated in the UDO rewrite. Certainly a mix of housing types and denser walkable neighborhoods and small scale commercial are things that we will be a priority as a part of the UDO rewrite, and looking at ways to make those things more possible. We'll evaluate these provisions and how effective they are over the next 2 years or 18 months.
So I'll also add to that one of the things that staff does routinely that we've always done is it's not necessarily data metrics type tracking, but as we see issues come up with ordinance provisions, the way they're playing out on particular projects, we make note of those things. And those things typically become the substance of a future omnibus. So what we're going to be doing between now and the time that the UDO is rewritten is doing the same thing in essence, keeping track of anything that we see as an unintended outcome of these provisions, and passing that along to the consultants so they can address that in the rewrite.
Okay, thank you. And last two issues. One is, could you explain what one of the residents brought up about impact to future growth areas? And also, because the future growth area it is still I'm trying to remember, it is still within the UDO right now. I'm sorry, the urban growth area, but it's designated as a future growth area. And then the last question is about development tiers, because in our current UDO, we have development tiers, but with the new UDO, we probably won't, because our future place type map, future place type map, getting mixed up here, does not correlate to those different development districts that are referred to in SCAD. So could you also talk to that, because that in itself means that SCAD would need to change, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So to tackle the urban growth boundary and future growth area question first, there is certainly portions of unincorporated county even within the urban growth boundary, and certainly that is future growth area in some instances. In other instances, it's just unincorporated county. So the urban growth boundary is intended to be the extent to which the city will grow. That doesn't mean that it's the city limits now. So certainly, yes, I think to comments that were made, there is some applicability inside the UGB because there is some unincorporated county still inside the UGB. Some of that is future growth area. Did that answer that question?
Would the land have to be annexed into the city for the SCAD to apply?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the second question about development tiers, certainly we do not expect that the development tiers will continue on after the rewrite. We expect there will be a new organization, regime of districts and how they work together. And because the development tiers were really a construct of our old 2005 comprehensive plan, keeping them around just to make the ordinance function until we get a new ordinance. But we are expecting that they will go away. So yes, SCAD, the way that it is presented now is certainly not something that will survive in that way past the UDO rewrite. But there are concepts in it, there are some provisions in it that may be translated forward into the UDO rewrite. Does that help?
Yeah, I think it's really helpful to know that will absolutely be changing, because it's not possible for it to move forward the way it is. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Sure. Vice Chair Burns?
I do apologize. I have a lot of notes up here. Actually, usually I want to type out what I want to say tonight, but I had food poisoning this weekend. So whoever in here tried to take me out before this meeting, it didn't work. And I also wanted to hear from everybody. I try to be fair. I know that that's not what you were used to from some of your elected officials, but I try to be fair. When I sit and I think about, and I'll let the train go by. When I sit back and I think about just how this has progressed over the past 2 years, I was somewhat of a novice when this first started. That is no longer the case. And that has to do with people who have spoken on both sides of this issue. You don't always know how Commissioner Burns going to vote. I get mad at y'all, because I don't want people to come into this space and taint it, and then it go out into the community and it's worse off than what it was. One of the things I want to bring up, I get it. We have not passed the UDO in quite some time. And because we have not, it has been overly burdensome in some instances to build in this county. I get that. But what we have not seen from this amendment or any of the other 44 revisions, and let's be very clear, I went and I reached out to folks in the Planning Commission. You don't even really see this many revisions. So you almost have to ask yourself, why in the world did it need 44 in the first place? So I'll just let that sit, because there were some problems with it. I think usually it probably would have passed if folks hadn't noticed some of the problems in it. I see some people rolling their eyes. It's fine. I don't care. Folks came in this room. They sat in front of us. They started out their presentation with a Martin Luther King quote. If you really want to get me right, start off something by taking a Martin Luther King quote out of context. Then we went over to a lot of the joint, not even some of the joint city county meetings, but then I looked at some of the meetings that were going on over at the city council, and everybody kept saying this is going to help Black pastors so much. And I get it, the path portion is taken out. It's going to help Black pastors so much. No one in this room has met with more Black pastors than I have over the past 12 months. I promise you haven't. And the same thing I kept hearing over and over again was, what is SCAD? And I made sure to go to the pastors that had a whole bunch of land, churches that had 12, 15, 20 acres. I went to the pastors that actually already were doing things in the affordable housing space. And the issue wasn't regulation. The issue wasn't land. The issue was access to capital. But I digress. But in all of these meetings, and I even asked the folks who submitted this, or the folks who were working with the person that submitted this, show me one pastor that can attest that this is going to help them. I ain't never seen it. Show me one church congregation where this is going to help them build affordable housing. I haven't seen it. Show me one city where these types of codes have been implemented and they have seen a significant uptick in affordable housing. They could never give me, nobody could say Boston, Austin, Detroit, Atlanta, anything. Because if you'd have came to me with that, I could have stood up here 10 toes down and said, I could have stood up here and been in a position to say, okay, this has worked in Austin and Boston. I feel good about it in my gut. It will work in Durham. And for 2 years now, almost 2 years now, none of that has been brought to us. And I've said it on the presentations. I really seriously have. Another issue I have, I hate that somebody on the city council actually asked you, why is the county voting on this? I don't get that. I don't get that privilege. I have to know what's going on at the school board meeting. I have to know what's going on at the city council meeting. I have to know what's going on here, because whatever we vote on here affects everybody else. Oftentimes we don't work in tandem, but the regulations work in tandem. What affects one affects the other. If I take money from one place, it might affect money going somewhere else. If I make a rule here, so it's almost scary to me that somebody voted for something 2 weeks ago and did not know that it was going to affect this space. And before folks sit up here and want to make this about an election, I ain't getting no votes in rural Durham. Probably won't get no more either. I ain't getting none. You can go back and check that. So that is not a me up here politically posturing. And then we want to make this argument about affordable housing. Brother, I believe you when you say you in the community. I done seen you out in the community. I absolutely believe you want affordable housing because I want affordable housing too. But what I don't believe is this is what's going to get it for us. What helps us get there are some beautiful public-private partnerships. There are developers that this board works with all the time. So I don't want that to become a dirty word because it has become one. Under the tutelage of that woman sitting over there and this woman sitting right here, this board has been able to move forward with about 2,000 units of affordable housing just this year. Just this year. And that some of it's been with support from this. We've jumped in to do gap funding for the city. We've jumped in to partner. If you look across the street, every time people are upset about the Novus going up on Main Street, I have to tell them, walk 2 blocks down because across the street, we're doing something on Queen and we're doing something on Main. So that means in Durham, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So there are some people who are actually being honest brokers about this affordable housing discussion. I just don't think that this is one of them. Another thing that was brought up, people keep saying that, well, they're trying to make this road easier. Well, the city already voted on it, so it should be really easy for you all to vote on it because it's just a county. I'm a Durham County Commissioner. I represent Raleigh, and not Raleigh, parts of Raleigh, because some of Raleigh's here. I represent RTP, Butner, Morrisville, Bahama, Rougemont, Durham, Redwood. So when people come in here and they want to say, well, you don't need to worry about that because, no, everything is within our domain. Everything is within our domain. And that doesn't mean that we're on a power strike or a power struggle, but that means that we are held to a higher standard and we have to understand everything that's going on in this community. So that is a little scary for me. I wonder, why are we doing some of these things when we have a UDO coming? We have a UDO coming. We have hired a consultant. I know how, I feel bad for y'all because I work a job and this is taking a lot of your time, taking a lot of your effort. And I can't sit here in good conscience. I'm chair of Joint City County Planning Commission. And we had a discussion at the end of the meeting. And the discussion was based on how hard SCAD has been on them, on this community, based on the heart attacks, based on folks losing their job, based on folks being torn apart in the media. And all of that is par for the course because as elected officials, we showed up, we signed up for it, sadly. But they actually wanted to know, did we want to move forward or did we want to limit private amendments until the UDO was passed? As chair of that board, I put that question to the table and I didn't let nobody skirt the issue. Some folks didn't want to. I asked everybody around it. All save one said that until that UDO is passed, we would limit taking in text amendments. So I can't sit here in good faith as the vice chair of this board, when as the chair of that board, I directed staff to go back and find ways that we could limit this from happening. I can't do that. Like that would make me an honest broker. It was enough of y'all sitting in that meeting, and there was enough people sitting around this table that were sitting in that meeting that also said they wanted to limit text amendments until the UDO was passed. So I don't know why we're doing some of this political posturing tonight. Another thing, and y'all, again, I got food poisoning, so my notes, they looking kind of squiggly. I brought up a point about the removal of parking minimums. Thousands of cities, thousands upon thousands of cities exist in the United States. Not from Murphy to Manio, but from Manio to LA County, from Maine to Miami, and only 9 of them don't have parking requirements. During the work session, when I brought up that I didn't want to move forward, I didn't feel comfortable about the parking minimums, I'm not going to say what I heard one of y'all say about me when I was walking out the door, but I'm going to say what I said that day. I've pushed my grandma in a wheelchair. I've pushed my daddy in a wheelchair. I pushed my sister in a wheelchair in this county. You cannot imagine how many times I've been kicked out of Jersey Mike's for trying to find out who is in that handicapped parking space when I need it more than anybody else. And so, no, I'm not for the parking requirements. And to the individual who said that, that doesn't make me stupid. It makes me conscious. It makes me caring. It makes me compassionate. And them the only 3 words that you need to use to describe me when I'm voting on this issue. As I move on. The other thing you all brought up was, I don't have any examples of affordable housing here. And what is the ability for us to move past this once the UDO is passed? Right now, the stormwater, the stormwater buffer supersedes this. Am I correct, Sarah? Like that question was asked earlier. So the new rule around the stormwater buffer.
The new rules about, stormwater is a separate thing, but the new
Right.
buffer rules do.
Thank you, yeah. So both of those, that supersedes it. So if we already got something that's gonna supersede it, why are we passing something else? If the stormwater rules are gonna supersede it, why are we passing something else? And then I sat and I thought about it. You know, we're sitting here making this about the county and making it about the city. The city's in a position to annex at will. So while they're annexing at will, we can sit here today and say, oh, well, we're passing this and it's just the county and it's not gonna matter. That's until they annex another piece of the county. And then SCAD does apply. And then they annex another piece of the county. And then SCAD does matter. So I just want y'all to understand, I don't have a problem with affordable housing. I don't have a problem with us making it easier for folks to be able to do what it is that we do in Durham. And that's make a good place to live. But Durham is open for business. I said it the other day, but Durham is not open for piracy. And the things that I've seen happen around this amendment, and I imagine the things that are going to happen to me after this little speech, turn my stomach. But I'm not embarrassed about my record on affordable housing. I'm not embarrassed about my record on education. Not embarrassed about my record on the environment. So I look forward to, after this vote goes down, to continuing to meet with y'all and to meet with y'all. And hopefully y'all can give us the respect that we haven't gotten up until this point.
Cameron Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks to everybody for speaking tonight. Just want to say there are a lot of people I respect out there on both sides of this issue. And that's because this, in my opinion, is a technical and complicated policy decision, and usually those aren't clear cut. Usually the relative benefits and drawbacks are pulling us in both directions, and we're all going to do the best we can up here, I think, and make a decision that we think will be in the best interest of the most people over time in Durham County. I'll just say that I think that the vast amount of community engagement that happened with our comprehensive plan did put forward a vision that would support the intent of the SCAD amendments. I think people want small-scale, locally built housing and small-scale commercial development to be viable. And they want these sorts of, small-scale developments to be well-designed and interesting architecture, and not the things that we're seeing in Southeast Durham by the corporate developers. And so to me, it feels like if we're in favor of preserving rural Durham, we should be supportive of SCAD. We should be encouraging density in the urban tier and expanding, housing choices by infill rather than sprawl. And I think that the opportunities for expanding housing choices through mechanisms like ADUs on church property makes good sense. And I think that there are some churches that will be interested in that. I mean, I think some have already participated in charrettes with the group of people who initiated the text amendment. I think that was one of the things in one of our attachments. I am so for removing parking minimums. I want us to deprioritize cars. I want us to make our communities more walkable, safe for walking, rolling. I want us to make our transit system the best we can, and we're working on that simultaneously. I think our comp plan had a lot of emphasis on the 15-minute neighborhood. I can't remember if that's really what it was called. But, what was it? The 50-minute community where you live somewhere, but you live next to everything else that you need that's not residential. And I think this plan can help facilitate movement in that direction. I think if we wait for the UDO rewrite, that's, I don't know how long that'll take. Is it a couple of years, 3 years, 2 years? So, you know, there might be a lot of interesting housing that meets our community's values that could be built in that amount of time if we can simplify some of the code. I think that in a unified spirit with the city, we should vote to approve this. I think we should be unified, and for the reasons I've mentioned, support approving this tonight.
Thank you. Go ahead. No, I was. Yeah.
I do, and I'm not going to prolong this because I'm not going to reiterate this. You're right. There was a church listed when that application was submitted. You know who else was listed on there? A number. I asked this during the work session. I said, have you met with all the people who are on this list? Go back and look at the video. And I was told yes. I went to a number of those groups, had not met with them. I do not know if Walter Jackson is still here, but they listed the Durham Committee on Affairs of Black People, actually spelled committee wrong. I remember that. I might not talk the best in some, but I can check spelling. And Walter had not met with them. Nobody in the leadership had met with them. So yes, there was a list presented to us of who they had met with. But when we went back to verify that list, they had not met with these folks. So I hear you. Like, we get stuff put in front of us all the time. We got to start fact checking this stuff. They fact check me. They show up at my job, and we not showing up at theirs. Like, I want to be very clear about like where I stand on this issue. I don't want this to become a conversation about ADUs because we have passed amendments on ADUs. I don't want this to be a conversation about affordable housing because we sit over here and do the heavy lift on affordable housing. I don't want this to be a conversation about me having something unified for the city, and the city didn't even know we had to vote on it. So those, like, I'm going to stop because this is not my meeting, and I'm not going to roll this thing off. I'm going to sit back. Y'all already know how I'm going to vote. I'm Marshawn Lynch. Y'all know why I'm here. I want to work with y'all on affordable housing, but I'm not going to be held hostage by it.
I had a question for staff of just following up on Commissioner, actually, before I do that, since we're likely going to be going over 11, I'd like to entertain a motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes.
15.
15? Okay, we'll start with 15.
Second.
Go for it. We have big goals here.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. I'll take a roll call vote. Vice Chair Burns?
Yes.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
And then I'm an aye, so meeting is extended till 11:15, and at 11 we'll revisit. It's extended. For staff, when do you, Commissioner Jacobs was asking a question about the impacts of whether SCAD is passed or not. You had mentioned that with the UDO rewrite, some of these changes or the SCAD amendments wouldn't live or continue as the SCAD amendments currently will happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, I mean, I think like Director Young said, I mean, we're going to have different zoning districts. We won't have the urban, there's a lot of references to the urban tier in the changes. And we're not going to have the tiers. So just the formatting would be completely different. There may be some concepts that are maintained, certainly. I mean, I can't say that. But yeah, in terms of the way that you see
So
this.
is it more like the language would be different or the actual fundamental policy would be different?
So the language would certainly be different in terms of the policy. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that some of them would also change.
Are there parts of SCAD that staff, I know that there's a consultant who's been hired and that's going to be helping with the UDO rewrite, that wouldn't make it into the UDO rewrite? Like if this wasn't approved today, that this was something that staff are looking into?
Sorry, we had to confer there for a minute. I think all of the things that really had concerned staff would not have supported going into the UDO rewrite were removed by council. So the things that we have left are things where we either fully support the idea And again, it may get translated into new language, a little bit differently than what it looks like today. Or things that and I think this was said earlier, we agree with the concept, but maybe not necessarily the exact way it's been executed. And so we're going to keep an eye on it and see what happens. Particularly there's, for instance, how buffers are working or how, parking is working, things like that. So that's my best kind of attempt at an answer there.
Then, and I know there's been conversations about like how the city had changed what was and amended what they initially finally voted on. Do you think that staff has had time to review it and like know potentially how they would have worded or changed some of those items if they had written this themselves, or do you think that would take the consultant's advisement and everything to decide that?
I would think that would take the consultant's advisement and, the sort of the holistic changes.
But you don't anticipate like there being any detrimental impact like from those, like is just something that we haven't really seen a test case or.
That is correct. I mean, obviously some of that's just speculative, but the provisions that we were opposed to outright, they were all removed. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I do think that's important that we also, we are, again, we've heard from staff that the things that they were very concerned about have been removed at this point. I just want to clarify something. The comment that I made about somebody from the city being surprised is related to the point that I was trying to make. It's just that this amendment was really pertaining mostly to the city itself. And I think that's why I asked the staff. And point is that we have a unified development ordinance. So normally we will approve things even if they are not really as pertinent to the county, just because we don't have any separate ordinances. So I just want to put that back into perspective, that I didn't want to misrepresent that. And I do agree with what my colleague said about affordable housing. I think that we need to be clear that while this may help with some affordable housing, of the challenges that we need to be looking at every single tool that we have. And that means, and that's why the county is taking a leading role. The city is, everybody, affordable housing needs to be incorporated to every single private development that that is a given. And just want to emphasize that the new comprehensive land use plan calls for, I think, 15% across the board and at least 20% in transit opportunity areas. So is that correct? Can you correct me if I'm wrong on that, Sarah?
I need to double check that. But
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but we that is something that it's going to take everyone to be responsible trying to actually meet that goal. So I will stop here, and I appreciate the comments that you made, Commissioner Carter, about this process. And again, I don't want to misrepresent what us voting this down would do. I don't think it would actually address a lot of the concerns that I heard from the community tonight. And I don't want to misrepresent that. It will not change. We are not going to be influencing. I think I heard one person said you would be making a statement to the city council by voting no on it. Again, I think what I'm interested in is how it could impact the county and benefit county residents. So one of my questions is, I know we heard about the impact of setbacks, parking requirements, the ADUs to how this could help county residents. Would that also be something that could be possibly addressed in the UDO rewrite?
Yes, and that would be our intention.
Okay. Thank you.
you. Commissioner Jacobs, with, there's no more questions or comments, what is the pleasure of the board? This motion, if this is, if the pleasure of the majority of the board is to approve this, there are two motions that need to be made for this one as well, the others. Can you move?
Yes, I'll make a motion. We can then have a vote. Got to move forward somehow or other here. I mean, basically, I want to make the motion to adopt the ordinance that our staff brought to us. I don't want to say the SCAD amendment. I can read this whole thing, I guess. To adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance, incorporating revisions to Article 3, Applications and Permits, Article 4, Zoning Districts, Article 5, Use Regulations, Article 6, District Intensity Standards, Article 7, Design Standards, Article 8, Environmental Protection, Article 9, Landscaping and Buffering, Article 10, Parking and Loading, Article 12, Infrastructure and Public Improvements, Article 13, Additional Requirements for Subdivisions, Article 14, Nonconformities, Article 16, Design Districts, and Article 17, Definitions.
I have a
Second.
moved by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Burns?
No.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
And I'm an aye. The motion passes 3-1. That moves us on to the second amendment, or second motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt the appropriate consistency statement as required by North Carolina General Statute 160D-605.
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Jacobs. I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Burns?
No.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
And I am an aye. Motion passes 3-1. With that, the Board of County Commissioners has approved 23-0896, the UDO text amendment. Thank you all so much again. That brings us to our final item, which is the board and commission appointments. We are appointing for 2 seats, the City County Appearance Commission, Durham Open Space and Trails Commission. I will pass it on to our attorney, Andrews. If everyone can please make sure you leave quietly and continue conversations in the lobby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tonight, for the ballot of the members for the two boards and commissions, for the City County Appearance Commission, we had a vacant position. The selected additional person is Himat Desai. For the Durham Open Space and Trails Commission, we have a vacant position. The candidate is Jeffrey Backelchuk, who has been recommended by the board. So those two. That concludes the voting.
Thank you so much, Attorney Andrews. With that, no items were pulled from the consent agenda, so that brings us to our final item, which is adjournment. If I have a motion.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Burns, seconded by Commissioner Carter. We roll call vote. Commissioner Burns is a yes. She made the motion.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter? And I'm an aye, so we are adjourned. Thank you all so much.